projiziert, oder? Man
Man hört
projiziert.
mich.
Die Stimme projiziert man in
Hör
den
dir das
Raum.
an, guck mal. Ich glaube, da passiert jetzt was, oder Serafin?
Swiss Coffee Festival, what's up?
Cool. Ja, ich bin ein bisschen excited, oder?
This is Kirsten. I'm Seraphin. You might know me. Quick do and don't for the exhibitors. We have a washing solution. It's right through the roasting village on the right side. Please use it. It's all day, every day. Please also discard all your waste in the right way. There are several ways. There is a green bucket for all the coffee grounds. We have separate big black containers for almost anything else. Please don't use the toilets. Please don't use the back to throw away stuff. Please, we had that for 2 years. 1 year without anybody going rogue would be amazing.
Done? Okay. Yeah, hi and welcome. My name is Kerstin. You might not know me, but I am the event coordinator of the German SCA, and now I am visiting and moderating, emceeing the championships here in Switzerland, and I'm very, very happy to be here. And the main reason we are happy to be here is because we have so much support from our lovingly sponsors. So I will now take the quick time to introduce all of our beautiful sponsors. We're going to start with our platinum sponsors, which are our most important sponsors, which is Brita for our water. We have Café Centrale and the Kealoa. And of course, right over there, we have the Coffee Coaching Club, which are our 4 main sponsors. Then also, we have our golden sponsors, which are also available here on the festival. For example, we have DeLonghi, we have VWT for our water, we also have Alpro, we have Belief, we have Sage over here, and Turm Coffee since 1761. Then we have Kaioi Indonesia, we have Amici, and of course, for our milk, we have Oatly and Puli Cup.
No, Oatly and Hilzel is our
Thanks.
normal milk. We're not saying anymore.
Okay. And yeah, and we also have our silver sponsors, which is Espresso World for espresso coffee machines, of course. Then we have Henauer Cafe, we have Rust Cafe, we have Rogala, Stoll, and Suriga, which are our silver sponsors. We are very happy that you are making it possible for us to make this big, great event. What a great venue, Serafin, right? What a great venue, right?
I love it because we have light from above. We used to do it in a dark space, in a dark bunker, and for the last 3 years we had actual light from above.
That's amazing.
I feel like using the whole venue as well seems to work out for everybody in the roasting village at least.
Of course.
All I've heard are people actually quite happy with the progress we've made. I'm proud to be a part of that progress.
I'm also very happy to be here, yeah. And we have here George, who is our first competitor for the Barista Championship in the back. But before we get to our championships, we want to quickly talk about what is also going on here in the festival. Serafin, do you want to tell us a bit about the programs which are going on right over there, for example? Do you want to?
There's some stuff I would recommend. Of course, we have the roasting village to our left. Starting from the entrance, we have our SCA bar. I'm recommending 2 different cold brews, nitro style. One is a Sidamo, one is a Brazil. We have espresso martini from tap. We have currently being produced by Hard Tank a Cascara and tea nitro tap. We have a La Cascara liquor. We have a rice-based lager beer. We have several options from Insider, which is a cider from tap, a cherry cider, and a pear, maracuja, and cloudy non-alcoholic cider. Please check out our bar, check out our cupping area, and of course our visitors competition. There is as much interaction with our own stands as with each exhibitor.
Wow. Have you already tried one of these ciders? You sound very, very
I
eager.
admit I have. Please don't judge me. I had to make sure quality is on point. I can confirm and recommending it.
Can imagine that. And you told also about something about over here. What is going on over there? You said.
That's the visitors competition.
Uh-huh.
We have a analog setup with a flare and a single dose grinder where you have 10 minutes to make a 25-second espresso.
Wow.
And then you have 10 minutes to dial in a regular electrical grinder with a normal machine. And the 2 times, the faster you were, the more competitive you are in the competition.
Wow, so we have an actual competition going on over there and over here. Wow, that's amazing. And what else is going on? What else is going on here, Serafin? What do you have? Do we have anything else today? I thought about a cupping. I heard something.
There is a cupping area, yes. We have just cupped all the roasts from the roasting competition, 14 different blends. We also have a whole schedule of cuppings following that.
Wow.
And of course, right over there as well is Andreas Brenner, second latte art champ of Wise Latte Art champ of Germany.
Wow.
Producing some latte art for our exhibitors and of course our visitors. So get yourself a Oatly cappuccino from a latte art champion.
Yeah, and with hearts and everything on it, I mean, you can get everything in milk.
Yes.
You can.
Of course,
right?
also recommending Aga, a 3-time latte art champion.
Wow.
2018 barista champion of the world, as well as a 6th champion, who will be serving her beverages at the Kialoa stand right to our left side.
Okay, that's definitely a must as well. And we also see over here another part of our program, which is the Share Your Skills. So
Exactly.
today,
We're forcing our competitors to share with you what they have prepared in their categories. So we have latte art competitors on Saturday at the latte art stage.
wow.
At the SCA bar, we have the coffee and good spirits and barista competitors. And of course, what else is there? There is a brew bar where the brewing competitors will show their stuff.
So we have the competition here on stage, but also all of our competitors who are brewing the coffee on stage also brew the same coffee over there and for us to try. Is that right? How cool is that? And you can see over here when that is going to start. So today we have the barista skills, so that will be from now on until tonight. And we also will have the brewer skills, because we will have 2 competitions today. The barista competition, which will be the first one today, and the Brewers Cup, right?
Yes, Brewers Cup started this morning with the compulsory round, where they get a coffee. They don't know, it's a washed coffee, it's a freshly roasted coffee, and they had half an hour to create the recipe.
Really?
8 minutes preparation time and then 7 minutes brewing time. So everybody gets the same coffee, it's a level playing field, and for brewing, it's half of total points.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yes.
I think it's also important because you also have to not only show your presence on stage, right? But you also have to show that you literally understand coffee and understand how you have to grind and work with coffee to make it good, right?
Reproducing the same recipe 3 times consistently is what the sensoric judges are judging.
That's impressive. Have you ever competed, Serafin?
I have 2020, but I lost after the fact by 0.3 points. Greetings to Matt Winton, currently attending Japanese Coffee Festival.
Wow, really? For myself, I've never competed, actually. I've been in coffee since 2020.
You went straight to being responsible for all the championships. Interesting.
Yeah, I've been volunteering for about a few years, and I've been learning from there. But I feel like I have a bit of stage fright, so doing this was, first of all, a bit hard, but I think it's kind of cool, definitely. So we're still having someone here in the back for the barista, which is going to start at 12:50. And now let's talk about the bit barista, what is going on here on stage, right?
Yes, so we had preliminary rounds in 3 different areas in Switzerland. We did something in Bern at Coffee Coaching Club.
Wow.
We visited Vassali to do something there in the French part of Switzerland, and we did something in Zurich, as well also at Vassali Labs. And during those prelims, We had, I think, 9 in 2 and 7 in another location. So a lot more preliminary competitors than we ever had. They
Really?
got 2 different coffees beforehand. They did not have to do the signature beverage part of the total, complete open service, but they had to compete against each other with a full sensory panel and tech judge. And now we have the finalists of those 3 prelims already on stage, with him being the first one, starting right after we stop talking.
That's amazing. Wow. So you had like a preliminary round where everyone could like go and compete, and then they came here,
Yes,
right?
they got 2 different coffees. They could do a blend. They could use only a single coffee. But because usually you're presenting a coffee and its history and its story, it's interesting to see everybody having the same basic principles, but what they're doing with it.
Okay, that's very different from what we're doing today, right? Let's talk a bit about that. So, wow. So what is going on stage today, Serafin? What do you say?
You thinking brewing or you thinking barista?
I think we start with barista.
So in barista, as you see, we will have 4 sensoric judges. We will have a signature beverage category, we will have a milk beverage category, and we will have an espresso beverage category. All beverages will be evaluated in aroma and in taste, and that is based on the instruction the competitor is giving them.
Okay. So basically they don't just drink the espresso, but they wait for the competitor to tell them how they're supposed to, like, supposed to stir the espresso and everything?
Exactly. Without, based on the rules officially serving the beverage, the judges are not even allowed to smell or drink it.
Really? Wow, that's impressive.
That's also the reason why, if they're saying tasting notes for 3 different temperatures, they're actually looking to do it in the same order than the score sheets that the judges are filling out, to make them as comfortable as possible, because service is part of the total scoring as well.
So it's not only about the coffee, but it's also about the person standing behind, acting, and giving them a barista
Exactly.
atmosphere, right?
As my trainer Philip Haynauer used to tell me, the story you're saying is actually not as relevant as the technical execution of your presentation.
Okay, so when I'm standing there, it's not important, not that important how I'm talking, but also how I'm like talking to the people and how I'm acting on stage, right?
Yes, you need to project. I've gotten the feedback of my presentation in open service and brewing that it was a great pleasure to be my judge because I was so enthusiastic about serving my beverage.
Really?
And I feel like instead of dishonestly saying it's the best coffee I've ever had, being convinced of something and transporting that can really help convincing judges.
Yeah, I get that definitely. Wow. I'm very, very excited, actually. It looks very interesting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at these glasses. That's...
Yeah, I see something I know from whiskey.
Really?
Which is a nosing glass. I see some sort of preparation for an infusion.
He's smiling silently.
I'm seeing pink ice cubes, which I'm assuming is to not dilute the beverage but cool it down as part of the signature beverage. I'm also seeing a nitro infusion, so the mouthfeel will be interesting.
Okay. And we can all taste that, you say, over there at the barista skills, you say? Or do you think we can only taste the espresso, or so maybe the signature drink?
I think it's the personal choice of each competitor in which order they serve their beverages. So in production and in serving, he has his own choice. What I've seen a lot at Worlds is that they do espresso first, but they put it in a syringe, and they age it a little bit. But in a non-oxygen environment, that improves the served espresso after.
Okay.
So you can choose to produce the espresso first, but wait to serve it last.
Interesting. So it's all about like calculating and looking exactly how to do your presentation, right?
Correct.
Wow, that's interesting. I'm a little bit stunned, I would say. Right?
Yeah. We also have a great 2-group setup from Kiloa, La Mazzocco. The grinder is a very new one, which actually I think does technically some stuff which I've never seen before. including ensuring that automatically the grind size you try to get is the actual grind size resulting out of the grinder.
And that's kind of important, right, to get the right grind size?
It's very important. I'm seeing Weber workshops, dosing cups. Greetings to coffee coaching clubs who supplied them. I see a WBT construction ensuring that there are no clumps before tamping or pressing down the coffee. There is a leveler, if I am correct, from Barista Tools.
No.
A temper from Barista Tools.
No leveler. Wow.
And I see very different serving cups.
Oh, I like the pink ones. Wow. They're like very, very different, I would say. Yeah, I'm getting more and more excited, to be honest.
Yes. We have spent 3 days doing roasting starting Monday. We will announce 6 championships for the first time on stage.
Oh my God. And can you tell us anything about the past roasting championships? What happened?
Yes.
Have you been
we actually
there?
had, in the end, 21 registrations.
Really?
We increased from 12 to 14.
Wow. Okay.
We spent 3 days, 1 day practice and 2 production days, with the judges having to evaluate after exactly 1 day. So we did 2 cuppings of the 2 production days, and we've just internally, for all roasting competitors, have already cupped those blends.
So that happened over here?
That happened at the at the cup tasting area. We had a Tanzanian coffee, as well as a Brazilian coffee and a honey from Costa Rica.
Wow.
The Costa Rican was a honey. We had a washed from Tanzania, provided through Kavoya, and we had a natural from Brazil. So one of the challenges was, do you pre-blend those?
Yeah,
because
definitely.
there are 3 different processings, and usually each processing needs a different roasting curve. So there were very different approaches in terms of roasting, from roasting everything different, to pre-blending, to post-blending after doing separate roasts.
Wow.
So
that sounds like a lot of planning on coffee, right?
You're very
take that as a
glad
yes.
that Gloria from Neumann Group is actually our president as SEA.
Wow.
So she was able to provide 2 of the 3 coffees for the blend.
Ah, and who was the who provided them besides Gloria?
Kavoya
Kavoya.
and Inter-American.
Inter-American. Oh, okay, cool.
Yes.
Then.
Thanks again to the
Yeah,
roasting
definitely.
sponsor, as well to Mireille from Blossom Coffee, who hosted us. And of course to Gießen, who was not only the supplier of the new electrical Gießen,
You did
but also they gave us some actual money to do it. They were main sponsor, together with Cropster.
Ah, okay.
And of course Roast Rebels, who will be providing a Link sample roaster for the first prize of
You
the
don't
winner.
say. So it's going to be very exciting on Sunday, right? Wow.
Hopefully. We have confetti cannons ready.
You have what?
I have confetti cannons.
So there's definitely a reason to come here alone for the confetti cannons. Definitely.
Definitely. Definitely.
So let me just quickly check my time and what time we have. We have 3 minutes. It's getting close for George, I would say.
Yeah.
It's getting
Still
very,
wearing
very
gloves,
close.
making sure that his service score is not lowered by a thumbprint on a glass.
Wow. I got just go over here to
I
our
would like to
time
take-
volunteer to check.
Yes.
We still have
Yes.
how many? We have 5 minutes. 6 minutes we have left. Okay. Cool.
This might be the moment to not only thank our photographer, who dresses very well, but also SmartTech, who really, really did their best this year in terms of video. We have a moving camera.
Yeah,
we have
it looks
2 remote cameras on top, and we have somebody sitting at the telecamera. So hopefully, Livestream will be provided
Wow. I feel like I'm
in the
TV.
best possible quality. I feel like we've already, wir haben die Weltmeisterschaften schon überholt,
I see you're very proud.
but there is still some headroom left to reach. Hopefully we can do that together through the
Yeah,
quality of
definitely.
our moderation.
I mean, I'm definitely learning from you since this is my first time moderating, so I'll...
Lying, she works at the radio as a moderator.
Nah, but I've never been on an MC stage, so this is my first time. I'm definitely learning from you.
Greetings going out to Kilian, SEA president. Let her moderate, please. She seems to know what she's doing.
Yeah, and also thanks to him because for him I'm like I'm the event coordinator because I was a very eager volunteer for a few years in the SCA Germany. So I encourage everyone who is interested in championships or to compete at once, but who is maybe a bit afraid or doesn't really understand how things going. When you do volunteering, for example, like Kissia over there, then you can learn a lot about competitions because you get everything that is going on. You get all the rules, you have to read them, and it's a very, very good learning step, right?
Well, the minute I met Kilian, he was freshly in your job, and he confirmed that he did not know what he actually is responsible for. So saying yes to something before actually knowing what the responsibilities are might be a tactic that I would not recommend. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I think
reading the rules first before competing might also help for a competitor.
Oh yeah, definitely. So reading the rules is always important before competing, right?
I think
you look
so.
like you didn't. You did that before you competed, didn't you?
I thought I did.
That was a break. That was a break.
I thought I did, but then you're in situations where basically you are surely not aware of all the rules and the implication for you. That's why you need somebody with experience. The very first time you've done it is certainly not the best possible time you're doing it.
Yeah, but maybe it's also, I mean, I heard from a lot of people who wanted to convince me to take part, and I was like, nah, I'm on the organization side there, where I'm more happy. But they all told me you can easily also compete and not win, but also compete for the debriefing you get, because after the competition, even if you don't win, you get the chance to talk to our fellow judges, which are sitting over there, and all of them are going to give you feedback on your performance, on your coffee, so you basically get a free of charge feedback on what you're doing, and you can improve yourself by just competing for the sake of competing and not for winning, right?
Well, I feel like it's actually most important to get the feedback from all the competitors. I feel like the best thing is there's a new community that you can join by being a competitor, just like there is a new community joining volunteering.
Definitely.
And for me, it was volunteering, then it was competing, now it's working with SEA, and now I've been voted as head of events, just like you.
Wow. Yeah, right.
So, Gloria, I'm coming for your job next.
Yeah, watch out, Gloria.
And just a quick shout out to Goran in Innsbruck. If you're a competitor, you want to compete in Swiss championships, it's always good to try it out one-on-one
Really?
at Goran's championship in Innsbruck. People who won here kept winning there first. That's a good practice I can only recommend.
So I hope you're all writing that down right now, because I definitely noting in my head.
Goran Hubel at Britta today, brewing all day, all 3 days. So go to Goran, talk to him about next year's Innsbruck. I know the registrations are getting full fast.
Okay, very interesting.
Moody lighting is starting.
I would say it's getting a bit dark in here. So I mean, I think we just might get out of the main light, right?
I'm sure our timekeeper will tell us when we need to go off stage.
Okay, we have 1 minute. The last minute is going. So George is getting ready. We're looking now for our judges, because...
muss noch der Prep-Tender noch sein Mic holen, gell? Just saying.
Okay.
Wir sagen ihm das dann, nicht on mic, sagen wir ihm das.
Bitte?
Nicht on mic, sagen wir ihm das. Wir sagen ihm das dann noch.
Und er muss noch seine Musik testen.
Auch das müssen wir noch machen, ne?
All right. Shall we talk a bit about our judges? Look over there, who's standing there?
Yes,
There's
we have
standing some people.
an ambitious over 20 people judging team.
Wow.
I have heard not 3, but actually 4 teams now, at least for compulsory. And we have an amazing rep from Turkey representing us, making sure our competitors... no. No, No, who's rep? Who's rep? You're the reps, right? Come on stage. Let's show our reps quickly. No? No? Okay. I'll do it from here. Those two people make sure that our national championships are correct in nominating international competitors. We are quite thankful for the both of you, experience and knowledge. Looking forward to the process. I hope we'll behave as Swiss SEA. Sagst du ihn an, weil du weißt, wie er heißt?
Ja.
Geil.
Our competitor is getting his microphone ready. So it's getting exciting and it's going to start. Now we have our first competitor who's about to start, which is George Manuel. He works at Tom Handels AG, and he's going to be our first barista competitor. Give it up for George Manuel.
Hi. Hi there. Nice to meet you. Hi there. Nice to meet you. Hi. Nice to meet you. Hi there. Nice to meet you. Hi. Hi there. Nice to meet you. Hi. 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 Thank you very much. Great. Are we all comfortable? In that case, we can begin. Time. Dear judges, I'm so excited to be stood in front of you today at the beginning of the next chapter of my journey with specialty coffee. My journey with specialty coffee started a little over a year ago, where I first encountered an anaerobically fermented red catawai from Brazil. From this point on, I've been intrigued by fermentation methods and how these affect our final cup. So this is what we'll be looking at today. The coffee I have for you today is a pink bourbon varietal, grown at 1,900 meters above sea level in Huila, Colombia. I picked this coffee due to its pleasant mouthfeel. The cherries are picked at 18 degrees Brix, this being their optimal ripeness, giving me a much sweeter final cup. Once the cherries are depulped, they are moved to their first of two fermentations, the first of which being a 48-hour anaerobic fermentation, taking place in plastic sealed bags. This is performed at low temperatures, allowing the enzymes to break down slowly, giving me a vibrant and clean acidity in the final cup. Once this first fermentation is complete, the coffee is moved to a second fermentation, this being a 24-hour submerged mosto fermentation, taking place in the juices of the cherries of the very same varietal. What's important here is that the coffee doesn't become over-fermented. So it is exposed to 60-degree hot water for 15 minutes. This allows the pores to open up, and this allows the coffee to trap in any new flavor profiles, which you'll perceive today in your espresso as an increased florality, which you'll recognize as orange blossom. For your espresso today, and across all your rounds, I'll be using a recipe of 21 grams in to 45 grams out. This gives me a wonderful balance between the acidity, florality, and the sweetness of this coffee. You may now note the following flavor profiles for your espresso today. You can expect to find notes of orange blossom, cranberry, black cherry, with a toffee aftertaste. The coffee has a medium to high acidity, a medium sweetness, and a medium bitterness. The coffee has a low to medium weight with a silky mouthfeel. Now, I'll serve your espressos in just a second. I just need to brew my coffee blossom tea. When I serve your espressos to you later, I would like for you to first evaluate the crema before receiving my drinking instruction. Now, I would like for you to use one of the spoons in front of you to stir your espresso 7 times from back to front to incorporate all those wonderful flavors. We then use the vessel in front of you for your dirty spoon. Thank you very much, and please enjoy your espressos. So, moving on to your milk course if you're ready. For your milk course today, it was important for me to maintain the fruitiness of the coffee, so I needed a milk that would support this. So the milk I have for you today is a freeze distilled milk. This means I've removed 50% of the water content, allowing for a higher concentration of fats, lactose, and proteins. This allows me to elevate the sweetness and the body of my final cup. It was also important to me that during roasting of this coffee, we approached it gently, due to the fact it has gone through 2 forms of fermentation. This means the cell structure has been weakened. So we approached it with a gentle drying phase and a gentle Maillard reaction, allowing the fruity flavors to develop slowly. We opted for a 2 minutes and 23 second development time of a total 13 minute and 13 second roast. And this coffee was roasted 14 days ago. When steaming your milk today, I'll be aiming for a temperature intentionally of 50 degrees. This is a little bit cooler than you're used to, but this allows for instant drinkability, and in addition, this is the temperature at which I found optimal sweetness. You may now note the following flavor profiles for your milk course today. You will have notes of cheesecake, biscuits, and raspberry ice cream. And the milk course has a creamy mouthfeel. As I serve your drink for you today, I would like for you to first evaluate the visual and then dive straight in, as this is the perfect temperature for this drink today. Thank you and enjoy. Thank you and enjoy. Thank you and enjoy. Thank you and enjoy. So, if you're ready, we can move on to the signature drink. The aim of my signature drink today is to elevate the flavors of the coffee attained through fermentation by using products which have undergone their own forms of fermentation. So, what we have first is the 4 shots of espresso, extracted at the beginning of the performance, and I've allowed them to cool down during the performance. This supports the drinking temperature of my signature drink. I've used reusable ice cubes as to not dilute the espresso. Next, representing the second form of fermentation, I have a self-made red grape must, or mosto, or 20 grams of this. I extracted this through whole red grapes, and then boiled this after as to not perform an alcoholic fermentation. This translates your cranberry notes into green apple. After this, we have 10 grams of a macerated lime syrup. I coated the lime rinds in 100 grams of sugar for a period of 16 hours. This allowed the oils to seep out, creating a vibrant and tangy syrup. This transforms your black cherry notes into golden grapefruit. And lastly, what I prepared for you today is a coffee blossom tea. I brewed 1 gram with 60 grams of hot water. I've also allowed this to cool down, once again supporting the drinking temperature of my signature course. When coffee blossom dries, it goes through enzymatic oxidation, trapping in new flavor compounds. These you'll recognize alone as rose and sweet honey, but in combination with the espresso, this transforms the orange blossom flavor into jasmine tea. And then combining these with nitrogen, creating a wonderful round mouthfeel, reflecting that of my espresso. Now, to recap, in that first sip today, you can expect to find notes of green apple, and jasmine tea with a round mouthfeel. And in the second sip, a long grapefruit aftertaste. When I serve your drinks for you today, I would like for you to wait for me to call my time before enjoying. Now, the specialty coffee industry is a fantastic industry to be a part of. And thanks to talented producers coming up with new fermentation methods all the time, our final cup of coffee will never be boring. I'd like to thank you all for joining me at the next chapter of my journey with specialty coffee. This is my time.
You did it! Wow,
Thank you very much.
very good.
Very much. Oh,
You did place second at Goron this year. You won last year. How did it feel going from last year's to this year's, from Innsbruck to here?
Every competition is a great learning curve, and even when you don't necessarily place how you want to, you take so much more with you when you go further. So today, I hope I've implemented all the feedback that I received from Innsbruck to hopefully deliver a better show than I did 4 weeks ago.
It's just great to see how much fun you're having on stage.
I love it. The whole process of championships where you start with a blank sheet, to sourcing the coffee, to sorting it, to roasting, to everything around it, it's amazing. And then to deliver in 15 minutes, it's challenging, but it's fantastic.
Definitely.
Can you tell us a little bit about your signature drink?
So the aim of my signature drink was to use products which have undergone forms of fermentation to support the flavors from the fermentation of the coffee. So I have a red grape must or mosto, pretty much the juices, then boiled it so it didn't go through alcoholic fermentation. I have a macerated lime syrup, giving me a nice sort of vibrant, tangy acidity, supporting that from my coffee. And then a coffee blossom tea, which supported the florality of it. And then in the classic nitro whipper.
I hope everybody will attend your show your skills slot so they are actually able to taste that coffee.
Let's see.
Definitely.
Please, say goodbye to your judges.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I'll take the quick break again to thank our lovely sponsors who we are going to talk about way more, who is Brita, which is right over there. You can visit them anytime for some good water for your home. Or we can have the Kaffeezentrale as well as Kialu, and of course our great coffee coaching club right over there, where you can get everything around coffee which your heart desires.
Kialoa.
Kialoa.
Exactly.
And we also have our next competitor right here, right?
We do. And she was very, very competitive in her preliminary round. And I'm always glad to see more and more women competitors. Hopefully we have not scared her in her experience so much that she will not again compete. I hope she will be one of the faces we will more regularly see on stage now.
I hope so as well. She's getting ready. Let's see how long she's going to have. But I'm very excited for her presentation.
Show me. 5.
What?
5:30. 5,5 Minuten noch.
5.5 minutes.
Wir müssen auch nicht quatschen für 5,5 Minuten. Wir können einfach warten, bis sie ready ist.
Na gut.
It's amazing. Smells amazing.
Wild.
Let me take this minute to again mention the SEA bar. If you want to support us as SEA, if you want to support the event going forward, please drink a beverage, have food from one of the food trucks, And to mention again, we have a cider, we have a rice lager. I have 2 different nitro taps of cold brew with Sidamo in Brazil. We have an espresso martini from tap, and Hard Tank is currently producing Cascara and tea nitro. You can mix that with a Cascara liqueur to really get your boss going at lunch on a Friday. Janne. Janne. Bisschen Kaffee.
Was?
Bisschen Kaffee.
Boah, ich würde so viel tun für einen richtig guten Kaffee. Ich habe heute noch keinen, doch, einen Espresso habe ich getrunken. Aber sonst noch nicht so viel.
Also, du brauchst eigentlich einen Kaffee, habe ich gehört.
Ja, eigentlich schon.
Also, dann, wir haben noch 4 Minuten, oder? Gibt's einen Kaffee? You would go there to get it. Where? At the technician. Oh. Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes, please. Thank you. We'll wait a second while Janja gets her microphone ready, and then we will be ready for our next barista competitor. It's Janja Makatoon from Collective Bakery. Who are judges that I can announce? Dan startet hij.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. Oh, hi. Hi. Welcome. Welcome. Hi. Welcome. Hi. Thanks for being here. Hi. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. You too.
Is everything okay for you?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All good? All set? Okay, so whenever you're ready, just call time and the judges.
And then we start. Okay. Great. Thank you. My music, please. It's them, right? Okay. Good. Okay. Time. Coffee is so much more than just a beverage from which we get our caffeine fix. For me, it's a daily morning ritual, an opportunity to slow down and bring consciousness to my day. Despite this appreciation, it's not always top of mind the impact of my coffee consumption. Today, I invite you on a journey with me as we bring awareness to our choices from bean to cup, all while recognizing that we don't need to sacrifice quality in the process either. Given that coffee is an agricultural product, the choice with the greatest impact that we can make is in our coffee selection. That's why I chose this pink bourbon, produced by Edier Perdomo at Finca Buena Vista in Huila, Colombia. Nestled in the mountains at 1,700 meters, this coffee was grown among guamo trees for reforestation of the landscape, along with bananas, and other agriculturally productive crops, thereby encouraging biodiversity and enabling this coffee to grow with minimal chemical intervention. And we don't need to sacrifice on quality either. This pink bourbon that I'm using across all 3 of your courses today underwent a mosto fermentation, whereby the ripe cherries are fermented in their futes for 72 hours, thereby intensifying the ripe, sweet fruit flavors like raspberry and cherry that you'll taste. This was followed by washing and drying. The process is a low-tech method requiring minimal additives due to the natural water content and bacteria in the cherries. The fermentation starter, or mosto, is a living fermentation reused from previous batches, thereby reducing inputs and waste and enabling a circularity among the farm's resources. And let's not forget the next conscious decision in the preparation of your beverages today. The local roasting of this very coffee right here in Zurich from Rose Roasters on a low-emissions, fully electric stronghold roaster from renewable energy sources. Using higher halogen energy during roasting brings out the bright, fruity character of this coffee, and a longer development time enhances sweetness that you'll taste across all 3 of your courses today. Due to the quality of the mosto fermentation, a simple recipe of 19 grams in and 44 grams out exemplifies the clean character of this coffee. In your espresso, you'll find flavors of cherry, strawberry, and yogurt, with an aftertaste of cacao. It has medium to high acidity, medium to high sweetness, and low bitterness, with a medium weight and a silky tactile. When I serve your espresso, you may assess the crema. Then you may stir and evaluate, placing your spent spoon in the cup provided. The Mosto culture is intentionally concentrated with lactic acids, thereby bringing a yogurt note to this coffee that I wanted to bring out even more in the milk beverage. I found this was best achieved through a unique combination of 2 locally sourced milks from farmers in my region of Schwyz in central Switzerland, who, like Edier, farm by organic standards and innovate with agroforestry techniques. The primary milk is sourced from my friend Christoph Deck, who raises water buffalo. Because water buffalo milk is higher in fat content, this contributes creaminess and sweetness and flavors like vanilla. I paired this with 25% of an organic cow milk from my friend Meinrad Batschet, or Mighty, who raises Swiss brown cows. I found his milk to be more neutral in texture and flavor, thereby balancing out the water buffalo milk, and when freeze distilled, producing flavors like vanilla ice cream. In your milk beverage, you'll find flavors of banana, vanilla ice cream, and caramel. With an aftertaste of yogurt. Again, the same recipe of 19.5 grams in and 44 grams out creates a harmonious balance between those bright fruit notes and the creaminess of the milk. When I serve the milk beverage, please assess the visual appearance, and then you may immediately drink and evaluate. I found that using just 75 grams of milk per cup creates a harmonious balance with those fruit notes. It's for you. Please enjoy. Steaming to just 50 degrees creates those yogurt flavors that I mentioned. As you see in our milk pairing choices, choosing to source locally not only strengthens my local community and food system, but I believe creates the highest quality human experiences and flavor experience. That's for you, please enjoy. In line with these principles, the cups that I've used to serve your beverages thus far, including these right here, were designed and crafted in partnership with the local potter, my friend Raïtsa Siabou. For you, please enjoy. Using wild clay that I foraged from the mountains above my home in the Pre-Alps of central Switzerland. I hope you enjoy them as much as I do. That one's for you. Please enjoy. We started our journey together today with an aim to bring awareness to our coffee consumption choices. That's why it was so important to me to choose a sustainably grown coffee that is further processed, prepared, and enjoyed with intentional decisions along the way. In line with these principles, for the signature beverage, I've partnered with a local drink artisan, my friend Nadine Reidinger, choosing to work only with what's available in our region of central Switzerland right now. I'm starting with 60 grams of infused ice shavings made from fresh quince and elderflowers from Mighty's farm, our cow milk farmer. They were made by constant stirring of a quince juice and elderflower syrup during the freezing process. Adding our chilled pink bourbon shots to this turns those ripe red fruit flavors into a new flavor of plum. Resembling the circularity and reuse of the mosto across multiple batches, I'm adding a kombucha made from lemon verbena tea, the starter culture of which has also undergone multiple lives. Adding 40 grams of this creates new flavors of white flowers. Finally, using an apple juice, fresh pressed from Christoph's high stem fruit trees, our water buffalo milk farmer, we created a tea by heating the apple juice and steeping it over chamomile and hay, also from Christoph's farm. In my signature beverage, you'll find flavors of plum, peach, the last ingredient produces that peach flavor. Apologies, forgot to mention. Plum, peach, and white flowers, apologies, with an aftertaste of candied orange. It has a lightly sparkling texture. When I serve, you may immediately drink and evaluate. Time. Fuck.
Hello, Janja. I'm not going to ask you how that felt. I'm going to ask you, how was it preparing for this championship?
The preparation went well. Yeah, went a little better than the last section there, but otherwise it was pretty aligned with the preparation. Yeah.
Could you talk about the inspiration for the signature drink, maybe?
Yeah, I guess the sort of the whole theme is wasn't really crafted for the competition. It was kind of how I guide my lifestyle regularly. So once you have that vision around local and regional and sustainable, it's working with Nadine from restaurant Magdalena kind of just fell in line given how Magdalena also sources their ingredients.
As an apprentice from Parkhotel Witznau, close by, I'm very much aware of Magdalena. And I'm glad that there is some interlocking between the different worlds of coffee and, of course, vegetarian Michelin star cuisine, in their case. And they have a bakery.
Yes, they do.
So shout out to Magdalena, certainly. Just, I think, got their green star once more, and now you have a chance to say goodbye. Thank you, Janja.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can I clean?
First thing, so we can take the
Yeah,
Sie hat schon einen Mic, das ist schon mal gut.
thanks.
How long?
15 minutes.
Starting now. Okay, ja gut. Dann lass uns wieder gehen. While Shana is preparing in her prep time, I thought we'd thank our sponsor once more. That is Rita,
Then we have Kaffeezentrale
Kialoa,
and the Coffee Coaching Club. And of course, we have a few more.
we have Altpro,
And Amici.
BWT,
And of course, the Longi.
Emmy Belief,
We have Kopi Indonesia,
Oatly,
Polycaf,
Sage.
and Turm Cafe.
Thanks for supporting us.
Yes, thank you very much. Without you, it would not be possible to make all this event possible.
Swiss Coffee Festival. Are you ready for your next competitor?
That sounds amazing. So we have our judges waiting over there, and we have the last seconds of the prep time going on. So we'll check.
Judges, please join us. I hope you enjoy. Hope you enjoy.
Hello. Nice to meet you, Shana. Nice to meet you. Hello. Nice to meet you. Hello. Hello. Can I have my music, please? Time. Judges, imagine yourself back in your favorite cafe, the one where you feel relaxed, where you love to stay. This is where our journey begins today. In front of you, a postcard guiding the way. As I begin to extract the espresso for my signature drink, cooling it down, let's take a moment without the sound. Now, let's travel to Panama, where this coffee grows, a geisha washed with flavors that flow, grown high at 1,800 meters above on Santa Maria Estate, a place I've come to love. After visiting many, the connection was strong with the family. Edwin, the producer, with skill and care, nurtured this coffee with passion so rare. Imagine being at a blind cupping and tasting this brew, the floral and fruity notes that just spoke to you. I knew this coffee was meant to be shared, a taste of Panama's best, full of care. For all my courses, I've chosen this way. 20 grams in, 57 out, at 90 degrees to maintain the acidity. Now, imagine being back in your favorite cafe, the one where you feel relaxed. And you picture yourself finding this coffee you adore. How would you feel seeing it on the list? Excited? Curious? Ready for that first sip? We'll discover this coffee in 3 stages today, each one inviting our senses to play. First, the milk course, soft and light. Next, the espresso, bold and bright. And finally, the signature drink, rich and unique, bringing back memories you seek. For my milk course, I will use 80% of full-fat milk with 20% of rice milk. This mix creates a balanced beverage, smooth and sweet. I will steam my milk at 52 degrees to enhance the sweetness. You will have notes of yogurt fior di latte, tiramisu, and cheesecake. Judges, as you sip, the first thing you will feel is a creamy mouthfeel with a medium body. With a long-lasting aftertaste of cocoa and nib. Please enjoy. Please. Have it full, yeah? Please enjoy. Please enjoy. And please enjoy. Judges, now let's keep traveling in your mind eyes. Imagine walking into a new cafe nearby. How would you feel before stepping inside? Excited? Curious? Ready for that first sip? Let's recreate that moment together, right here. As your barista, I will make it clear. Now, we are gonna discover the espresso. Instead of using a paragon, judges, I choose to freeze my cup at -10 degrees for 24 hours to maintain and allows the volatile aromatic compounds in the cup, as you know. This method allows me to connect with our senses. By touching the frozen cup, it will calm our energy and create a memorable experience. So, for this espresso, you will find medium-high acidity, medium-high sweetness, and medium-low bitterness. You will have notes of jasmine, rose, lavender, and peach, and vanilla. Judges, first evaluate the crema, and then I will stir for you the espresso. Here for you. Here for you. Here for you. And here for you. Please enjoy. It's very good. Now, for our next course, we are going for a signature drink. The signature drink will be the full espresso that I previously cooled down, so 120 ml. Now, we are going to add a peach reduction that I cooked for an hour to enhance the rich body of the beverage with 40 ml of this peach reduction with 20 ml of a jasmine syrup. These notes are going to create this on the peach. Up. These notes are going to create apricot, jasmine, lychee, and vanilla and apricot. You will have medium-high acidity, medium-high sweetness, and medium-low bitterness. The aftertaste will be cacao nut, please enjoy. As our journey comes to a close, I would like to reflect on where coffee truly goes. It's a thread, it's a connection, it's a memory, and a lot of things unsaid. This is my time. My name is Shana, and this is my time. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Shana, that was your time.
yeah,
Now you can breathe again.
yeah.
How do you feel? How did
To
it
be
go?
honest, great first experience. It was funny to be here. I loved it. Coffee is good, so I mean,
You're happy.
nothing else to say.
Tell us again, what is in your signature drink? What was it?
It's peach, jasmine, and coffee.
And how did you come on convincing this signature drink? How did that go?
What do you mean? How did that go?
How did you wanted to create the different flavors with the coffee?
I mean, this coffee is super floral. So I wanted to enhance it by new flavor, and yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. I really enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, perhaps.
Dear Coffee Festival, it is my pleasure to announce that at the SCA welcome stand, we are now serving a coffee from the competition. Please join the competitor and enjoy everything he prepared.
So before we welcome our next competitor, who is Pablo Garcia Jimenez, I hope...
Jimenez!
Yes. Oh, you have a fan base over there. We still take a quick break for our sponsors, which are Britta,
Kaffeezentrale
Kialoa,
and Coffee Coaching Club. Thank you so much for making it possible. Let's, if we can, start to invite the judges on stage so the head of QC Algrano can show his skills.
Yes.
Gut, das war's.
Hi. Hello. Hello, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hello, nice to meet you. Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. Hello. Hey, nice to meet you.
I'm going to be head judge.
Yep.
I'm just going to go there.
Yep. Can I try my music, please? That's perfect. Can I start again? Are you judges ready? 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 Time. One of the greatest achievements of specialty coffee is that thanks to education, we managed to transform something that once was negatively perceived into one of the most celebrated aspects of coffee today. I'm talking about the acidity, learning new processes, control fermentations, or even how roast levels impact the acidity in our cups had led us to transform that misconception of sourness into one of the most pleasant and inspiring qualities of coffee today. So today, I'm going to celebrate its qualities using a combination of ingredients, different milk acidities, and sensory. Let's start. The coffee I'm using today comes from Huila region in Colombia, from Finca Los Nogales, located at 1,700 meters above the sea level. The variety is a yellow Colombia, known for its citrus notes and complexities that along volcanic soils will balance that acidity that you will perceive as a medium-high in your espresso. Now, in order to elevate that acidity perception, Oscar, the producer, has chosen an innovative process called thermal shock. What he does is that he places the cherries in hot water tanks at 85 degrees for 1 minute. This softens the pulp and breaks down complex sugars into simple sugars, but also triggers a microbacterial activity that elevates that perception of acidity. After that, the cherries are placed in cold water tanks at 15 degrees for 3 minutes, stopping the process. Then they are depulped and placed in anaerobic tanks for 120 hours, finalizing in patios where they are dry for 15 days. Now, roasting was a challenge, as highlighting acidity can be a challenge. What we did is that we roast for a total time of 10 minutes and 30 seconds, elongating the Maillard reaction and achieving a 15% development time and a low temperature of 204 degrees. This will allow to preserve all those acidity components while developing the sugars. Now that we know more about the coffee, let's start with our milk beverage as beginning. I'm going to use a ratio of 20 grams in and 40 grams out. This ratio, I will use it for all my espresso courses. This 1:2 ratio is the perfect ratio where I found the best expression for the acidity. Now, in order to balance the acidity, I prepare a special blend for the milk. I'm using 90% cow's milk and 10% coconut milk. The cow's milk will carry the creaminess, while the coconut milk will add natural sweetness. I will steam it up to 55 degrees, where I found the sweetest point. And I'm adding 60 milliliters to each of my cups, where I found the perfect balance between acidities. Now, judges, for your milk beverage, I'm going to ask you to please write down chocolate milkshake. Caramel. And a hint of coconut. With a silky texture and a sweet, long-lasting aftertaste. Now, once I serve you the milk beverage, please evaluate the visual, but don't drink it just yet, and wait for my instructions. This blend of milk was intentional, as acidity can also influence the flavor perception. So today, that's for you, thank you. Today I'm using a cow's milk that has a 6.2 in pH. And the coconut milk, slightly alkaline, has a 6.8. Now, combining with my espresso, which has a 4.5, I'm achieving a total drink. Thank you. Sorry. I'm achieving a total pH of 5.5, just like the same pH of hot chocolate. Hence, that perception today on your milk beverage. There you go, thank you. And last but not least, thank you. Now, judges, as you can see, you have 2 spoons. I'm going to ask you to please pick the bigger spoon and stir 5 times clockwise to incorporate the crema. After that, you can place the spoon in the blue cup. Go ahead and enjoy your milk beverage. Ready? How are you? Please, have a sip of water to cleanse the palate. For the espresso, I'm going to ask you to please write down the following notes. You will find baked pineapple, dark cherries, caramel aftertaste, and grapefruit. For the tactile, you will find medium weight, medium high citric acidity, a bit tartaric, medium high sweetness, sticky-like, low bitterness, and a velvety texture. Once I serve you the espresso, please evaluate the crema and wait for my instructions. That's for you. Thank you. I'm going to start here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, judges, in front of you, you have special cups. The yellow color, just like the cherries of Oscar the producer, will elevate through the visual the perception of acidity. And I'm going to ask you to drink from the bottom of the rim. This will allow your nose to capture all those volatiles, enhancing the brightness. I'm going to ask you to please pick the remaining spoon and stir 5 times back and forth to incorporate the crema. Once you finish, you can place the spoon in the blue cup. Go ahead and enjoy your espresso. Judges ready? Fantastic. Let's move into the final stage, the signature drink. So we learned that through the pH and the combination of acidities, we can celebrate and influence the flavor perception. And the sensory will elevate through the visual and the olfactory that dimension of acidity. Now, last step was exploring the temperature. What I did is I prepared the espresso at the beginning and I placed them in the hypochiller. Remember, I used the same ratio, 20 grams in and 40 grams out for all the drinks. This cools down the espresso and saves that citrus acidity that you perceive in the espresso into a more tartaric, tangy-like acidity. Now, I'm going to use my first ingredient, a blueberry juice. I prepare just like Oscar, the producer, prepared the cherries. I first place the blueberries in hot water tanks. This softens the pulp, but also breaks down the sugar and elevates the acidity. After that, I blend them and I create a juice. My last step was filtering through a metallic filter, and I create this consistency. I'm going to add 25 milliliters of this blueberry juice in order to further explore that tartaric acidity and bring you a new note of dry plum. My second ingredient is kombucha. that I prepare by brewing 1 liter of black tea, 100 grams of sugar, and I add SCOBY, a mix of bacteria and yeast, just like the fermentation that happened in anaerobic tanks in the farm. I'm going to add this kombucha, and I will be adding 25 milliliters in order to create more tangy characteristics and bring a new note of wild strawberries. My last step, judges, is I will add nitrogen to create a juicy mouthfeel. The drink is going to be served at 14 degrees, just slightly chilled, so you can enjoy more that tartness acidity. Now, judges, I'm going to ask you to please write down for your notes. You will find dry plum, wild strawberries, and a hint of roses. With a juicy mouthfeel. And a medium-high tartaric acidity. Now, judges, acidity is one of my favorite characteristics of coffee, and exploring and celebrate its aspects with you was a pleasure today. I hope you enjoy, and that's my time.
Hello.
Hey, let's go.
You want me to ask you how you felt? Or what would you like to talk about?
I don't know, you ask me. I feel
That always, before you get on stage, you get a little picky?
picky? No, never.
No. You didn't kill it this morning? It's still there?
Ah,
You feel it?
never mind. That doesn't matter. That
Want
doesn't
to talk
affect.
about the stuff you're proud of, I'm saying.
Yes, yeah, please. do.
I'm a SCOBY maker myself, so I was really impressed with the kombucha concept you had.
Maybe you have a chance to try
What
it later.
was the coffee complementing your kombucha signature drink?
Yeah, like the coffee is anaerobic fermented for 120 hours. So this fermentation, I thought, in order to pair it and harmonize, I will ferment the ingredients as well. So kombucha was my first thought.
I have to say, I think we'll leave it there. Soon judges will be ready for you to say goodbye.
Sure.
And then I'll leave you to your cleaning up time.
Sure. On this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you. Yep.
We're gonna need a mic. Brandsander.
Okay.
So while somebody who I'm sure is not gonna win this year is preparing, we have a multiple world champion on stage, hosted by our platinum sponsor Kialoa. It's Aga!
Hello. Hello. I know this photo that was here before with the Mathieu, because it was the year that I won.
So 18 it was barista, I think.
Yes.
And then coffee and spirits.
22.
And then 3 times latte art national champion as well.
4 times.
4 times, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're here representing a certain brand.
Yes. I am working on a Kaiola stand as an all-ground Firenzato Grinders ambassador. So I'm there talking about what is the difference between grinders for filter coffee and for espresso, and also introducing a system of a built-in scale, which makes just less mess and your coffee more consistent.
So it's about burr geometry, I'm assuming, and some sort of fines distribution
Yes,
as well?
exactly, exactly.
Can you specify what the difference is?
Well, if you're thinking about the espresso grinder, you need this, double curve peak on the fines and boulders to get the best balance between, the texture in espresso and fruity flavors. And when it comes to filter coffee, you want to have only one peak on the boulders, on the big particles, so you can get more of the florality and then more delicate, juicy flavors. So we're kind of explaining it over there and showing the difference.
But I'm assuming you have a solution for both applications with the same company
Of course.
you're representing.
Of course.
I hope everybody checks her results out at the Kioloa stand. What is your recommendation for a newbie like Mathieu? Competing for the very first time this year?
Well, I think that the best would be try not to stress and just have fun. I think that for most of the competitors, especially for the newcomers, it is important to remember that even if somebody is a double world champion, they started somewhere, and it's very difficult to compete for the first time and to learn something about yourself. Like, do you even enjoy it? And I think he enjoys it. He does it for, like, I don't know, 50 times already.
I remember him as trainer watching Emmy at the host. I think he enjoyed that way less than competing himself.
Yeah. I can tell you that if you're a long-time competitor, being on the other side is much more stressful, because you know that there is absolutely no control you have over the competitor. And I am coaching somebody this year, and I am pissed off that it's not me on stage, because I enjoy it.
Can you confirm that maybe getting to talk to other competitors as well as getting the feedback from the judges in the debriefing might be the most valuable part of the competition journey?
Well, for me as a competitor, the most important element that you learn from the debrief is where and when I didn't understand the rules correctly, because of course every routine is different.
You try to read them, but have you understood them?
Yeah, that's the big question.
Different things.
And for me, this is the biggest message you can get from the debrief is, did I understand correctly what they want from me? And from the other competitors, mostly you get very mixed type of information, because everybody has a different understanding. And we sometimes make it on purpose that we confuse other competitors. It's a game. And judges will be always honest. And I can say that I have very private memory from debrief in 2016. In 2016, I almost stopped competing. But one of the judges say something, I don't even remember what it was, but she said something so important that she made me come back to competition in 2018. So it was a very special moment for me.
For me personally, I'm more impressed seeing you do sports in general on your Instagram, but hey, I think everything is a competition if you want it to be.
Well, I think that what running taught me is self-discipline, and something that even if you improve very slowly, you improve, and the progress is very important. Even if you feel like you're not doing anything good, and it's painful and long process, even the smallest progress is something that you should also see in coffee competitions.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and
My
experience. I hope you have some more fun
I will.
during the next couple of
Yes.
days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good. Ja. Ja, chill. Das ist. So, after competition time is before competition time. May I ask the judges to enter the stage? Have fun with Mathieu. Ja, mein Hut.
Hi, hello. 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 Hello, hi. Hello, bonjour, bonjour. Hello. 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 Yeah. All right. Can I have my music, please? All right. Perfect. So then let's put it back to the beginning. All right. Can I have my music, please? Are you guys good? All right. Time. I would like to share with you a personal story, one that changed the way I experience coffee. A few years ago, I was in Colombia looking for new and exciting coffees. And every producer I visited had amazing flavor in their coffee. But every time I would ask about their process, it's always a little bit of a mystery. Until I met Andrés Quiseño from Finca Milan, the first producer to be transparent about his processing technique, admitting that he's using infusion in his processing technique. Now, that transparency inspired me to use this coffee and to develop it further together. But to fully enjoy infused coffee, it's very important that you understand how those flavors are coming from. So it is now my turn to be transparent with you. We're going to start with the milk beverage and the first infusion. So initially, I thought that the infusion was very simple. You just took the coffee seed, then the fruits of your choice, you put it in a fermentation tank, and you let it infuse naturally. Little did I know that this is far more complicated. You see, those tough little beans are very protective. They have a layer around it, so it's not so easy to infuse. So when Andrés tried to infuse the coffee, his coffee, directly with fruits, it didn't work. Small microns, onto 200 microns, can sneak in into a coffee seed, like spices, for example. But as soon as the flavor compound is above 300 microns, no chance. It's simply too large to enter the coffee seed. But here, we can use yeast and bacteria to break down those flavor compounds small enough so that it can enter the coffee seed. But there is a trick. Every compound requires a specific yeast and bacteria. Finding that match is the key to unlock the infusion process. This is called culturing, and is finding the right microorganism for the right fruits. So once I understood this, my goal was simple. Finding the right match for each of your drink. So for your milk beverage, I decided to use a Caturra varietal from Finca Finca Milan, grown at 1,500 meters above the sea level. I choose this varietal for its balance between sweetness and bitterness. Then infuse it with mango, passion fruits, and a yeast called Kazakhstania humilis. I wanted tropical flavor, so they pair well with the milk beverage. Now, 24 hours is just enough to have it a little bit, but not too much, so it's balanced with your milk drink. My recipes for the milk, 20 grams in, 20 grams out. This very short ratio is to concentrate all those flavors that would pair beautifully with milk. And for the milk, I'm adding 100 ml. I'm going to ask you to evaluate the design, but don't drink it yet. It gets better when it's cooled down. I will tell you when to drink it. So as you can imagine, when you do infusion like this, the first two flavors are heavily impacted by the infusion, of course. So for your first two flavors, you will have mango lassi, followed by passion fruit, tart, so very sweet. For you, so just evaluate, don't drink it yet. The third and fourth flavors are coming from the milk. I'm using 100% cow milk. Freeze distill, 50%. That means I removed 50% of the water, giving you a creamy texture and more sweetness. And I will give you 2 notes of caramel and a hint of white chocolate. Now, roasting an infused coffee is a little challenging, as the bacteria is working a lot on those beans. So I had to be very delicate with the roasting, applying a low energy, and a short development time of 1 minute after crack, almost like a filter roast, if you will, this to preserve those tropical flavors. And while we're waiting for your milk beverage to cool down, I found that at 50 degrees, the tropical flavors are more intense, giving you a fuller experience, sorry. All right, almost ready. You can now enjoy your milk beverage. All right, judges, let's move on to your signature drink and another infusion. For this drink, I wanted citrus notes that would pair beautifully with a refreshing drink. Now, I must be honest with you, citrus in infusion is quite difficult, even for Colombian coffees. We tried many times with Andres to infuse lemon or orange. We failed every single time. We were about to give up when we tried one last infusion. We took the same catura as you had for your milk drink, but this time we made a blend of fruits, peach and tree tomato, also known as tamarillo. Now, interestingly enough, when you do that, you get a bright citrus note that remind me like orange. And so that teaches one thing, is that when you infuse coffees, the fruit that you select, you don't always get that flavor into the cup. It depends how the infusion works with the coffee. In this case, you don't get tree tomato or peach, but you get a bright orange. My recipe for your signature drink, the same as for the milk. 20 grams in, 20 grams out. Again, to concentrate all those flavors that will pair so well for a refreshing drink. So to pair this beautiful catura, I made 3 ingredients. First, I took 15 grams of rosemary that I smoked to get more of those flavors, and then infuse it with 3 liters of water. Then concentrate it and use 3 ice cubes for each of your drink. This is going to give you a refreshing aftertaste of herbal notes. My second drink, I made a fruit reduction of tree tomato or tamarillo, depending where you're from. I took 50 grams, freeze it for 24 hours, reduce it to 50%, and here in each of your drink, I'm using 15 ml. Now, this tree tomato reduction, together with my coffee, is going to give you a new note of pink grapefruit. My last ingredient, I made my own tonic using 5 grams of cinchona bark from Bolivia that I boiled with 1 liter of water for 5 minutes. Then I strain it to remove all the impurity, and then carbonate it with 2 cartridges of CO2. Now, cinchona bark is known to create quinine, and that bitterness is going to balance the overall drink and create a new note of red currant. So refreshing in this drink. The carbonation is going to give those bubbles that give you this refreshing sensation. Last ingredient, of course, the espresso. That catura infused with peach and tree tomato. That orange note, together with all the ingredients, transform into blood orange. So for your flavor notes, please write down blood orange, pink grapefruit, red currant, a juicy mouthfeel, serve cold, giving you a refreshing sensation and that hint of herbal notes at the end. All right, enjoy. Enjoy. It's so refreshing, right? I'm going to ask you to have a sip of water. This is going to reset your palate before the espresso. All right, let's move on to the espresso and the most challenging infusion I made with Andres. First, I wanted more complexity from those infusions. I wanted both floral and fruity notes while maintaining balance. Quite challenging when you do an infusion. So after many trials, we tried to combine different fruit infusion because trying to get the floral note is very difficult in Colombia. First of all, the flowers are not so available. They're very seasonal. And when they are, they're very expensive. So instead of doing that, we try to combine fruit infusion that together create a note mimic of floral. I choose a Sidra varietal for its pleasant mouthfeel. Then infuse it with peach for 24 hours. Once this was done, we move it to another tank and infuse it with blackberry for another 24 hours. Now, those two fruit infusions combined create a new note of orange blossom. And like that, we were able to get the complexity I was looking for. My recipe today for the espresso. 19 grams in, 45 grams out in around 25 seconds. This to give you a balanced espresso. For the flavor note, please write down low to medium acidity, medium to high sweetness, low to medium bitterness. Flavors of orange blossom, apricot, and pink grapefruit. It's a medium body, a round mouthfeel, and a long aftertaste of orange blossom. I'm going to ask you to evaluate the crema, but please don't drink it yet. It's better cool down. So serving those coffees is not about discarding washed or natural coffees. Like Andres changed my mind about infusion, I hope to change yours. I believe people are not against infused coffee, but they're against hiding it. So the most important is to be transparent about it. You can now enjoy the coffee following the protocol. Time.
Thank you, Mathieu. Can I ask you to join me? Would you mind walking me through maybe sourcing, choosing the roasting curve, and then developing the finished recipe for at least one of the three coffees?
Yeah. So I think I've been using coffees that are fermented or processing quite a lot. And it was kind of like a secret that everybody knew that we all at some point use some kind of infusion. And I think we were afraid of saying it because we never know how the judge will react or how the customer reacts. But I felt that now it's the time to be more transparent about it. So that's why I said, let's go full on. Let's try the infusion. Infusion is not good or bad. It depends how it's done, like any process. But let's be transparent about it. So that's why I want it to be full infusion and full transparent.
It's just important to not claim something without being transparent about the process.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it can be as much fun as you want it to be, right?
Exactly, yes.
And the best coffee is the coffee you like. Mame, everybody. I'll give you time to say goodbye to the judges as soon as they're ready and start your cleanup time. I want to thank Britta, Kaffeezentrale, Kialoa, and Coffee Coaching Club for supporting our championships. Thank you once more.
Thank you.
machen. Wir machen Brillen, okay.
Wir brauchen.
While Christos from Nestle is preparing, we want to thank silver sponsors.
Oh yeah.
Espresso World,
We have Hinauer as well.
Maro,
We have Rast Café,
Rogella della Corte,
Stoll, which I've seen over there with coffee.
and Zuriga, whose communications is Michi from the board, who we love and would not be able to do without. Gold sponsors are
Alpro, which is also over there where you can find milk and coffee.
Amici,
BWT, our lovely water sponsor.
DeLonghi,
Belief,
Kopi Indonesia,
the original Oatly.
Pulikaf,
Sage,
and Turm Cafe. And since everybody loves the roasting village, let's talk about them for a quick second. Our head, sitting right here in the front row of education, Academie de Café, Ennio.
Then we have the barista corner.
Cheng, Beans in Progress.
We have Boreal.
Carasso,
Oh wow, Calito. We also have.
Ceruti,
We have Coffee Space as well, with a nice planet in their logo.
another board member, Maxim from Kovoya,
We have Der Kaffeemar.
Deon,
Einzigartig Kaffeewerkstatt.
Echo,
Fonte Handcrafted Blends.
Food Flows,
Chacoa Chocolate, I hope I spelled that right.
Garzoa.
Oh, okay, you spelled that right.
Inter-American, without our president would we be nothing? Gloria.
We have Jack LeFleur Specialty Coffee.
Die Kaffeemacherinnen,
We have Ligre. And the Bio-Rösterei, sorry.
it's important that it's loose.
Loose.
Loose, Bierrösterei. Maillardos, another competitor from roasting.
We have Muncie.
Minor Figures, greetings go out to Nina.
We have Miro Manufacture. We have
Ojo de Café.
original food.
Olympia Express.
We have origin Colombian coffee.
Pazar Indonesia.
Perle de Café.
Barista Coffee. Rent a Barista shout outs.
We have Roxy Espresso.
Good Life Specialty Coffee.
Unica.
And Wall Cafe. And since we're thanking our partners, Coffee Taste with Halle 550, Höhenhirzel, and of course, Perfect Daily Grind.
Thank you. So, as we're getting close to the end of the setup time of Christos Sotiros, I think it's time to announce our next competitor for barista, which is Christos Sotiros from Nestlé Professional. And now, once again, we want to take some time to announce our sponsors, which are Brita, Café Centrale, Kialoa, and the Coffee Coaching Club. And last but not least, we're looking for our judges. I think they're coming. So give it up for our lovely judges.
Hello. Hi, welcome. Welcome. Hello. Hello, welcome. Hi, welcome. Hello. Hello. Oh, you are many.
Yeah, many.
Okay.
Good luck whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, technical, okay. Let's check. Okay, ready? Time. Diversity refers to the presence of different elements or individuals within a particular group. It brings numerous benefits such as innovation, problem-solving abilities, and creativity. Today, we will explore the significance of diversity, but looking at it from a coffee perspective. So let's delve into the genetic diversity of coffee, remembering the past with your espresso, understanding the present with your milk courses, and finally, pave the way towards a sustainable coffee industry with your signature drinks. Before we start, the cards on your left have all the coffee and recipe information you need, so don't get stressed about taking notes and feel free to use them backstage. So let's start. And by remembering the past, it's thanks to a rare natural event that happened hundreds of years ago when Coffea eugenoides and Coffea canephora self-pollinated and created Coffea arabica. This event changed the history and evolution of the coffee industry, creating some of the most exciting and versatile coffee varieties that we know. Innovation, as one of the benefits mentioned earlier, is what further expanded Arabica's genetic diversity through new varietals and processing methods. To showcase this on my espresso course today, I present to you a Sidra variety from Huila, Colombia, produced and processed by Café 100 Años. Sidra is a crossing of two of the greatest Arabica varieties in the coffee industry, namely Red Bourbon and Typica. It is called a hybrid as it brings together the best elements of its two parents, that is high acidity, high sweetness and bright acidity. This coffee is produced and processed at 1,800 meters above the sea level altitude in the area of Oporata, where climate is ideal, with hot, humid, and rainy conditions throughout the year. It is a wash process variety with some additional controlled fermentation steps. This two-step fermentation approach includes first oxidation in whole cherries and then in parchment, in order to reduce mucilage by 80%, generating a thermal shock. And then followed by an anaerobic fermentation for 36 hours, using as a starter macerated geisha and pink bourbon pulp. This transforms the already fruity character of this coffee into tropical specific characteristics like lychee and passion fruit. Into a very creamy body with a very clean cup. To further highlight these notes, I roasted the coffee 20 days ago using an IMF roaster that allows me to develop the coffee flavor more at saving 90 CTN, but by keeping the fan speed very high, avoiding any roasty dry notes in the cup. Now, please, based on the protocol, evaluate the crema. This is your coffee. This espresso is for you. This will be yours, and that would be for you. And now follow me on the flavor profile as I'm stirring the espresso shots for you. I am using 20 grams in to extract 38 grams out at 93 degrees. In taste balance, you will get medium to high acidity, medium to high sweetness, and medium bitterness. In tactile, the body is medium weight with a creamy texture and a long, juicy finish. And in flavors, you will get those tropical fruit characteristics like lychee and passion fruit, as well as cacao nibs with a delicate citrus finish like pink grapefruit. And now please go ahead and enjoy. Technical judge, I'm now preparing the shots for my signature drink. And judges, so now I'm extracting the shots for my signature beverage, but we will come back to that later. So let's go ahead with your meal course and understanding the present. That is recognizing the main challenges for coffee production, some of which are increasing demand, climate change, and diseases. Potential solution would be exploring new species with higher yield that are more resistant while optimizing flavor and cup quality. And so, Liberica species grown in Vietnam can provide some great problem-solving potential through its diversity and ability to oppose harsh conditions. One of the most fascinating aspects about Liberica coffee is the high sweetness and low caffeine content, which was the main inspiration for me to use it today for my meal course. And before I start sharing more with you about this Liberica coffee, please write down the cup profile and recipe. I am using 20 grams in to extract 35 grams out at 93 degrees. And then I will be pouring 90 grams of steamed milk for a harmonious balance in the cup. This recipe will give you a taste experience of heavy, thick body with a syrupy texture and a very long, silky finish. And in flavors, you will get spices notes, like gingerbread, high sweetness, like nougat, and finally, fruity notes that remind you of a coconut. Judges, please make sure after you evaluate my milk beverage, you drink enough water and rinse your palate very well. Okay, so this purple Liberica, produced by 96B in small lots at 600 meters altitude in Hong Phong region in Vietnam. By separating varieties and controlling fermentation, we can produce high-quality Libericas with clean aftertaste, fruity and floral flavors, and warming spices. Enjoy. Honey fermentation seems to be a safe method for controlling the fermentation without losing sweetness on coffee. And so for this lot, honey fermentation applied until cherries reach 20% of moisture, and then they're transferred in plastic bags to ferment for 5 additional days. Enjoy. Then the coffee dries and ages for 90 more days in Grain Pro bags within darkroom environment. And this process highlights more the sweetness and the floral flavors on the coffee that are expressed as stevia and black tea in the cup. Enjoy. And then on milk, I'm using a blend of 50-50%, double milk and fresh cow's milk that in combination with my coffee transforms those stevia and black tea notes into the gingerbread and the coconut flavor descriptors I gave you earlier. Go ahead, enjoy, and please drink water. Thank you. Okay, judges, if you're ready, I will kindly ask you now to follow me to the next table so we can go ahead with your signature drink. I'll take the cards for you, don't worry. Please, this way, starting from the left. So, looking into the future of coffee now, we should leverage on existing knowledge and resources to recreate nature's event, but this time on purpose. By crossing different species together, we can expand coffee genetic diversity, tackle the production challenges, and expand flavor diversity as well. To highlight this and showcase it today, I'm making a blend for my signature drink, bringing Arabica and Liberica species together. And then I will highlight it with the third benefit of diversity mentioned in the beginning, creativity. So for the coffee blend, I'm using 17 grams of Sidra with 3 grams of purple Liberica to extract 45 grams out. And this will be a fruity and floral base for my drink. And then my first ingredient to add in is this butterscotch caramel, which I made using coconut cream, margarine, and sugar, cooked in a Thermomix for 20 minutes. I'm adding 15 grams, and this ingredient adds sweetness, creates texture, but also, in combination with my coffee, creates a new flavor of dried apricot. My next ingredient is this infusion. I made this ingredient using 100 grams of cacao nibs to 1 liter of water and 1 vanilla stick, cooked for 30 minutes at 80 degrees. I'm adding 40 grams, and this ingredient adds a pleasant bitterness to the cup, creates synergy among the other ingredients, but also generates a new flavor of sweet cola with my coffee that you will find it in the aftertaste. And then I'm adding 20 grams of ice, and I will use this mixer to dilute, homogenize, and control the temperature of the drink to a room temperature experience with silky texture. Okay. And then last but not least will be my next ingredient, this beetroot foam that highlights the importance and power of synergy, creativity, and diversity as it brings together culinary and bar techniques and ingredients into a coffee drink. I prepared this ingredient first by making a cordial using water, sugar, and citric acid, which I then used to cook fresh beetroot using a vacuum osmosis technique for 24 hours. As this ingredient stays on top of your drink, will be the first thing for you to taste and creates a flavor explosion that is sweet, sour, and mineral, preparing your palate for the actual taste experience of the beverage afterwards. Judges, please evaluate my signature drink only after I call my time, and please make sure you take at least 3 sips. And so for now, follow me on the flavor descriptors. It will be a room temperature beverage with a silky texture and a juicy finish. And in flavors, first, you will perceive a cranberry flavor that is generated from the beetroot, followed by the dried apricot, and then finishing with a sweet cola aftertaste. Judges, embracing diversity at every stage is beneficial and important for the coffee industry as everything else in life. We should all, together with the ingredients and people, work together for only one same goal, that is make coffee better. Thank you. Go ahead, enjoy, and time.
Chris?
Yes?
That looked
Serafin?
very much crazy.
Crazy?
What have you done? What have you done? You look like a crazy chemist?
Yeah, maybe. I need the...
But maybe coffee always is crazy chemistry, yeah?
Yes, yes, it is. And this year I wanted to present something different, and actually my inspiration came from the coffee itself. So when I tasted this coffee from Vietnam and Liberica, I was inspired to come back on stage again.
Can you walk me through the processes for the signature beverage? So there is aeration at some point.
Yes, so one ingredient is a simple infusion of cacao nibs and water and vanilla. Yes, then I made kind of a vegan butterscotch with, not vegan, butterscotch with coconut cream to give sweetness and texture. And then the last one is something that is coming from my previous experience working at the bar as a mixologist, and is one of the techniques to make cordials that always like, you know, enhancing the flavor experience.
What made you choose that vessel for the signature drink?
Sorry, what?
What made you choose the glass?
It's easier to drink, so I make sure that you get the foam and the liquid and all the experience all in one sip. Yeah.
I'll leave you for cleanup time and saying goodbye to the judges. But thank you so much once more, previous and maybe future Swiss National Barista Champion.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. First, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. And thank you very much.
Ich möchte, dass du ihm, sobald er fertig ist, sagst, dass er sich schnellstmöglich sein Mic holen. Ich brauche die Leute vor der Prep-Time mit Mic.
Are you gonna help? It's that time again. So, as we are waiting for our next competitor, who is Lucas Auri, it's time again to announce our dear beloved sponsors. So, we have the platinum sponsors, as always, which we all know. We're starting with Britta,
Kaffeezentrale
Kia Lua.
and Coffee Coaching Club.
Okay, that goes out of hand. Okay, and we have the gold sponsors also, which are there. No, the gold sponsors.
Okay,
Well,
that
we
was
can-
too much time. He is ready and has his mic. And
So
I am
we are-
hoping soon the judges will be ready to judge him. So, gold sponsors are Alpro,
Amici,
WDT,
DeLonghi,
Belief,
Kopi,
Oatly,
Turm. Let's switch it up. I'm with Turm
Sage,
and Puli. And I see our judges. Okay, I see one judge.
yeah, no.
Let's welcome our fellow judges. You can come over here and go there.
Hello. 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 Good to see you. Yep. Okay. Yep. Music, please. Okay, I'm ready. Are you ready? Okay. Time. Dear judges, what is coffee in your eyes? I believe coffee is pure art. Every single cup of coffee has the power to bring you in a special place in your mind. Today I want to show you the art of coffee by activating all your senses. At the beginning, I will prepare 4 shots of espresso for the third course where I'm serving my signature drink. In the first course, I'm going to serve you my milk beverage, the first piece of art of today. Judges, it's actually already true art. What delicious coffee beans delivers us Mother Nature. And it's again pure art, what the farm makes out of it. My coffee is a geisha variety from Valle de Cauca in Colombia, from the farm Las Margaritas. It was grown at an altitude of 1,700 meters, at an average temperature of 20 degrees Celsius. The art of processing is called hybrid washed. In the first fermentation process, of 20 hours in the coffee cherries, the coffee develops high sweetness and bright acidity notes. After that, they depulped the coffee and made another fermentation process for another 35 hours. And that's where the coffee develops complexity and clean flavor notes. The brew recipe I'm using today is 19.5 grams in and 36 grams out. The milk I will use is a cow milk from Kestenholz, where I grew up. I will heat it to the perfect temperature of 55 degrees to develop its highest sweetness. The fruity notes of the coffee match perfect with the acidity and the sweetness that brings the milk into the cup. And in combination, it results in beautiful flavor notes of orange yogurt. Now, judges, while I'm brewing the coffee for the milk beverage, I want to activate an important sense of view, the sense of smell. In front of you, you can find the small glass with the golden lid. Please open the lid and have a deep smell. There's nothing more impressive than freshly grounded geisha coffee, and that's perfect to activate your sense of smell. Judges, today I will need your help a little bit. In front of you, you can see the menu cards. I ask you to please switch the card by yourself after finishing a course. Meaning, after we finished the milk beverage course, after you enjoyed it, please take the card out and lay it down in front of the others. There is some space reserved for the card. Now, judges, while I will pour the milk beverages for you, I ask you to please write down the flavor notes. You will have low acidity, low bitterness, medium to high sweetness, a beautiful, long-lasting aftertaste of chocolate. Overall, you will have beautiful flavor notes of orange yogurt, milk chocolate mousse, and milk chocolate. Judges, once you get the milk beverage, you can enjoy it. Please take 3 sips and enjoy the first piece of art of today. Please enjoy. There you go. Please enjoy. Now, judges, once you're ready, in the second course, I'm going to serve you my second piece of art, the espresso shot. I'm using the same coffee in all the 3 courses. I am a coffee roaster, and every roaster has his way to roast the coffee. And to find the perfect roast profile for a coffee is what I call art. For this coffee, the filling temperature was at 165 degrees Celsius. At the beginning of the roasting phase, I made a soaking phase of 2 minutes. I let the coffee beans rotate in the preheated roasting drum without giving additional energy to the drum. The preheated drum soaked out the moisture out of the coffee bean. And thanks to that, the sweetness can start to develop at an earlier stage in the roasting process. What leads finally in a higher level of sweetness in your cup. First crack was at 172 degrees Celsius. Takeout temperature at 180 degrees Celsius. Coffee was roasted by myself 5 days ago. Takeout time was after 11 minutes and 11 seconds. Development time, 11%. Now, judges, while I will bring you the espresso shots, I want to activate your sense of touch. In front of you, you can find the red cup. Please touch the upper part of it. It feels creamy and smooth. And that's exactly the texture you will have on the first sip. After that, please touch the lower part. It feels silky. And that's the texture you will have on your second and third sip. Judges, the detailed flavor description you can find on the menu card. Please first evaluate the crema, stir the coffee 3 times and take 3 sips, and have a look at the handwritten flavor description. Please enjoy the second piece of art of today. Now, judges, in the third course, I'm going to serve you my third piece of art, my milk beverage. Pablo Picasso inspired me for this drink. He once said, "Art is the elimination of the unnecessary." And that's why my drink is made out of 4 simple ingredients. First ingredient is 4 shots of the geisha. It brings beautiful flavor notes of mango in the cup. It represents the art you can find in Mother Nature. Then I'm adding 20 grams of cascara. It brings sweetness in the cup. It represents the art of the first fermentation process. Then I'm adding cocoa fruit juice. It's made out of the pulp from the cocoa pod. It brings beautiful notes of lychee in the cup. It represents the art of the second fermentation process. Then I'm adding cold brew coffee, of the geisha, of course, cold brewed for 24 hours. It brings lovely notes of lime peel in the cup. It represents the art and diversity of brewing specialty coffee. Now, judges. I'm adding dried ice to fast infuse all the ingredients. The rapid infusion brings the characteristics into the signature drink in no time. It represents the art of the barista craftsmanship. Now let the magic happen. Now, judges, seems like we are ready. I ask you to please write down the flavor description. You will have low to mid bitterness, medium acidity, medium sweetness, a beautiful aftertaste of lime and dark chocolate, and now, judges, please keep writing while I will activate your visual sense. Overall, you will have beautiful flavor notes. Give me 1 second. Beautiful flavor notes of mango, lychee, and lime peel. Judges, once I call time, please take 3 sips and enjoy. Time.
Mike. Lucas. Thank you so much for competing. Your very first time this year, right?
Second.
Second?
After last year, yes.
Bravo. How did you enjoy the prelims? Because this is already the second time you competed. Theoretically this year.
Yeah, that's true. So the first time is really stressful. You have no idea what will go on backstage and on stage. You learn a lot at the first time. So it was important for me to take out the learnings and do it better the second time.
Am I right in assuming that all those stories you posted is not even all the times you trained, but you have documented quite a few times of training?
Yeah.
How important is training? How much improvisation is happening in an open service as barista? Minus 8,000?
Yeah, you really have to practice a lot if you want to deliver a proper show. It needs a lot of practice, a lot of time, really a lot of hours, and I thought it's interesting to share it with the specialty coffee community because they're interested in stuff like that, what's going on. That's why I shared.
I can confirm they very much are. I think it's very creative. Here are the judges to say goodbye. Thank you so much for your competition.
Thank you.
Bravo,
Thank
Lukas.
you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
While he is saying goodbye, I want to mention two things that are happening at 17. At 5 o'clock, we had at the SEA bar a master class of hard tank. They're from Poland. They have a great device, and they have researched microbiology in clean environments of cold brew. They will tell you all about it at 5 at the SEA bar. And we have Aga, who already was on stage, who is at Kialoa stand sharing her beverages. Please join her, try it. She can tell you everything about almost all the competition formats SEA offers. Thank you once more, and hopefully we'll see another competitor soon. Switzerland. Let's welcome Ricardo Daniel Guzman Borelli from Bern, friend of foe. And the judges, please.
Sorry, give me 1 sec. Time, thank you. No, it's fine. Thank you. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Daniel. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Daniel. How are you, Pop? Hi, thank you. Hi. Hi, nice to meet you, Daniel. Hi, nice to meet you. Nice. Hi. Hey, thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Can I have my music, please? Check everything is okay. Ready? Wait. Time. It's amazing how even the simplest of stories can sparkle excitement and curiosity. Today, we're not only tasting coffee. Today, I want to take you through a journey, one that it is as much about flavor, it is about resilience. For the past 6 years, I've dedicated myself to the craft of being a barista. And I really had the privilege of tasting some truly extraordinary coffees, each one of them with a unique story. Stories that often intertwine themes of struggle, serendipity, and above all, resilience. And today's coffee story is one of those. It's about pushing boundaries, it's about facing risk, and it's about rebirth of what coffee can be. And if you're ready, I would like to share that story with you today. I want us to focus mainly in our sensory experience. As you can see in front of you, there's a menu with all the recipes today. Please take it with you at the end of my presentation. As you can see, I'm going to start by extracting the espresso shots from my signature drink. And I'm going to allow them to cool down in the hyper chiller on the other side. This is going to help me retain aromas and flavor. The recipe I'm using today is going to be 19.5 in, and I will extract 38 grams out in 22 seconds. Now let's begin with our story. I want you to imagine a coffee farm in the mountains of Colombia, 1,800 meters above sea level. A family faces the challenge of elevating their coffee from commodity to specialty grade. And they decide to experiment with fermentation techniques, a risky endeavor with unpredictable results. On their first attempt, they fail, like everything in life. And they feel unmotivated, discouraged, and also viewing buyers turn away. And makes the family question their innovative methods. But thanks to friends and family, they persevere. And they create a coffee that not only surprises the senses, but that redefines what coffee can be. Now, I'll continue with my story. Well, let's get to the courses. We're going to start with our espresso course. And I'm going to provide to you the variety. It's a Bacamara. I want you to take a sip of water to prepare your palates. Please all do. And when you're ready, I want to share the flavor descriptors for you today. please write down. Lychee, passion fruit, and pineapple. Medium-high citric acidity. Now we move to the flavor profile. Medium sweetness, low bitterness. A juicy, round body. Before you take your first sip, I want to ask you, please, evaluate the crema. Bring the cup to your nose and evaluate the aromas. Take the metal spoon in front of you, stir 5 times, homogenizing everything. Bring the metal spoon back into the white cup. Take a deep breath, and please enjoy. I'll start with you. There you go. There you go. There you go, enjoy. Now let's move forward into a story when you're ready. I want to introduce to you Jonathan Gasca. He's the producer and farmer of this pacamara. It's thanks to his efforts and innovation in experimentation techniques that I'm able to showcase this tasty coffee today. As you can imagine, from a first course, this coffee goes through an advanced fermentation technique. At 1,800 meters above sea level, oxidation happens in baskets. Until the coffee starts increasing in temperature, meaning that sugars are developing. And Jonathan mentioned that this is key for the development of quality of sweetness and quality in the cup. Moving to an anaerobic fermentation of 130 hours. With recirculation of the most, and a thermal shock treatment of 60 degrees. And allowing the coffee to cool down naturally. We knew that this coffee, with its distinct innovative process, needed a different approach. So we roasted this coffee in a stronghold roaster. It took us 10 minutes in what I like to call a delicate curve, by gently increasing the temperature. With a total roasting time of 1 minute and 15 seconds, we achieved a coffee with a silky texture, a high sweetness, pardon me, a high sweetness, and a pleasant acidity. I'm going to ask you to please wait for my instructions until I serve the last judge. For your favorite profiles, you'll have, please write down, peach yogurt, caramel, nougat, enjoy. I'm forgetting one, I know. But let's move to our milk. I'm bringing you a milk today from Bern. Pardon me. Let's keep writing. Creamy texture and a long and sweet aftertaste. Let's enjoy. I'm using 25% freeze distilled and 75% regular 3.5 content milk. I'm adding 60 ml to each cup, where I find is the best balance of flavors. I want you to take the ceramic spoon in front of you, homogenize everything for 5 seconds, and please enjoy. Can I have a time check, please? Thank you very much. Now, the beginning of this coffee was unexpected. I got nervous, I'm very sorry. I'm gonna jump directly into the final steps. We decided to use ingredients only that grow in the region of Huila, Colombia, like cascara from the Pacamara, brown sugar, cane sugar, and bananas. So we decided for our first ingredient to create a lactic fermentation. We infused 30 grams of cascara with 100 grams of water at 95 degrees for 10 minutes. We took this infusion and we blended with banana, and with 300 grams of banana and 2% of that weight for 6 days. This created a lactic fermentation, and I'm adding 70 ml of this ingredient. Following, we took our own almond syrup. This is the other component that comes from us. We use 100 grams of almond, we combine it with 100 grams of water for 24 hours, and then we reduce it with cane sugar, which is one of the products from Huila, Colombia. I'm adding 40 ml of this ingredient, and this will create a new texture, creamy and sweet. And I'm adding my 76 ml of espresso shots to the whipper, where I'll homogenize, and I will add nitrogen to create a creamy texture. Please write down for your flavor descriptors. You will have nectarine, guava, aftertaste of amaretto, and nougat. I'll be serving you this room temperature. A little bit colder because of the chilled espressos. But this is the best expression of flavors. I'm going to ask you to please wait till I call my time so you can enjoy this together. The journey of this coffee began unexpectedly. But Jonathan persevered. The name Sarsa means bush. And just like the branches of a bush, his journey was strengthened by the support of families and friends. I see the coffee community like these branches, sharing stories, supporting each other, and sharing amazing coffees. It's going to be creamy, a long and sweet aftertaste that reminds you again of that nougat. Please enjoy, and that's my time.
The grinder worked.
Yeah, the grinder worked.
Come on. We don't talk about what you just did. We just talk about your own shop.
No, don't do that. Let's talk about what I did.
Okay. Friends of Four People in Bern, please visit.
Thank you very
What
much.
was your inspiration?
I had the
You
opportunity
keep being
to...
competitive in these things.
Yeah.
You seem to like it, don't you?
Yeah, the level was, it is very high today. There's a lot of good baristas this year. We're, like you said, we have our own shop now, so it's been a struggle to kind of balance all the preparation and everything. But yeah, we did the best we could. This is an amazing coffee. I had the opportunity to talk to our producer. Amazing guy, very funny, very, very full of love. And to create this coffee, his story is amazing. And the team from Lojas Beans, it's been more than helpful to me. Great people, yeah.
Not enough people choose a coffee based on the fact that the producer is funny. I
Yeah.
feel like that's a very good reason to choose a coffee, actually.
I think it's the same.
Let me give you over to the judges to say goodbye and thank you once more for all the effort you spent training for this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Hey, thank you.
And on the other side, we have the last competitor of Barista making himself ready. We have Toby, Mr. Savers, vom Einzigartig alles heim. And I'm very curious if he will be talking about Arabica, Robusta, or maybe, only maybe, about Liberica.
Ja. Oh. Okay, so before the next competitor is about to start, I'm going to take a break again, not for our sponsors, but for the other important people, which are our judges, who are over there coming, sitting all day in these little rooms and drinking coffee, evaluating, giving feedback, and spending so much time and effort for free to help these people compete. So we're giving them the stage for the next few minutes to just honor them and thank them again for being here for the next 3 days. So our first judge is Emanuel. Then we have Gregor Kovacs. We have Federica Parisi, Sandra Daniela Stucki, Andrea Trevisan, Rim Hassan, Gloria Petrosa, Bettina Hannemann, Catherine Keiras, Niels T. Vanholt, Judith Constant, Alexis Rodriguez, Nikos Kanakaris, Luca Ventriglia und Madia Zabridova. And I want to take this moment again to say that it is very, very hard also to sit all day in these little rooms, just being with each other, with no one else, and just taking the time to evaluate the coffee. It's a very hard job for these 3 days, and the people are having much knowledge which they want to share and want to give to these beautiful competitors. So let's give them a big, big thank you by applause. Thank you. Okay, so we're starting now with our last barista competitor, who is Tobias Nicolas Sua Sheikh Saleh. And here are our fellow judges.
Hello. So, are you comfortable? Good. Can people hear me? Yeah, I guess so, huh? Okay. Time. 3 years ago, I made a promise to myself when I first stepped into this world of coffee. Hi, my name is Toby, and today I'm inviting you into my world. One built on inclusion. Inclusion of both people with a disability and rare coffee species that, like the people I work with, have often been overlooked. For a long time, it was believed that those with a disability couldn't contribute to certain aspects of life. Likewise, certain coffee species were dismissed as being unworthy for being part of the specialty coffee industry. Today, I'm here to challenge this belief. I provided you with a guide and some tools. Please take a moment to familiarize yourself with them. Each has a card. While you do, I go and grind all of your espresso coffees. Perfect. Now, let me start by pulling the espresso shots for your signature drink today. To allow it time to cool, so it will reveal the flavors we want later. The recipe I'm using for all of my espressos today is 20 in, yielding 40 out. The coffee is a Coffea Liberica from my partner Jason's coffee farm in Malaysia. This coffee grows near the beach at nearly sea level, and I have processed this coffee for you for this competition exclusively. Coffea liberica is a coffee with a story of resilience. Its large cherries and high sugar content make it incredibly difficult to process. For your espresso today, I processed the coffee in a natural symbiotic fermentation method with a SCOBY for 7 days. This helped reveal the hidden acidity and fruitiness in the coffee. So I'm now going to put this here, and we will go back to this later. Now, let me go on to your milk beverage. For my milk beverage, I'm using a milk blend of 90% organic cow milk and 10% coconut milk. I wanted to include another Malaysian ingredients in there. The flavor notes that you will have are cherry, coconut, cacao nibs, and banana. You will have a high sweetness, low acidity, and a creamy, silky texture. Overall, this coffee reminded me of those Bounty bars we used to eat as kids. Now let me tell you why I've chosen this coffee and this method. You see, Liberica has long been dismissed. Like certain people that I work with. For a long time, it was believed that those with a disability couldn't contribute to certain aspects of society. The same are with the people with a disability. And in my cafe, people with and without a disability work hand in hand, side by side, united by their love for coffee. Every day, they prove that when given the chance, they can create something remarkable. They don't work out of obligation, but out of the desire to serve great coffee. Oh, sorry, I forgot the cups. Now, when you drink this, I want you to savor this moment and reflect. How would you experience this coffee if you didn't have all your senses? Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Sorry. Next, I'm going to prepare your espresso. Now, I want you to imagine first, working with people with a disability has taught me that often we need creative ways to communicate. For example, imagine there's a competitor who cannot speak. How would he describe his flavor notes to you? At my cafe, we use guides like the ones in front of you. In this spirit, I'm choosing not to describe the tactile descriptions and flavor notes and ask you now to please copy them from my guide provided for this course. This I do to acknowledge those who cannot speak. And when you're ready, put your notes away and put on your blindfolds. But don't put them on yet. You still need to rate the creamer, which I will hand you in a second. When I serve you your espresso, please don't drink it yet. Just rate the creamer and put on your blindfolds, and you can place your books just in front of you. Here is the creamer. Okay, now while you put on the blindfolds, I will shake your espresso. This technique helps to distribute evenly the particles in the coffee. Now put both of your hands in front of you. Here you go. You can find here the rims. I'm coming to you in a second. Bettina and Catherine. So now I place it to you. And when you're done with trying, you can place it carefully in front of you and take down the blindfolds again. Next, I'm going to tell you about my signature drink. This one is inspired by an espresso tonic, but truly unique, because I used all the ingredients that grow on the farm. For example, I exchanged the citrus fruit like lemon and orange with calamansi and kaffir. Instead of rosemary, I used curry leaves. And now, cinchona bark is usually put in the tonic, but since cinchona doesn't grow there, I found a deeper connection. Both cinchona and coffea are part of the Rubiaceae family, so I used the bark of the Liberica and Cascara, and for balance, I added some cacao nibs from the tree there. I created a tonic concentrate, which I will now add. Now, there is a second ingredient that grows normally, that is in the tonic normally, and this is lavender. However, that also didn't exist there. That's why I used the blossom from the Liberica tree. You have a, you will find notes of apricot jam, lavender, orange blossom, and a creamy, silky texture with a high sweetness and medium acidity. Now, once again, I ask you to put on your blindfolds. Imagine yourself on the farm. It's warm. You cannot see and cannot hear, but you can feel the energy of this land around you. When you drink a sip of this drink, you will be transported into the heart of this land. When you're ready now, I call your name, and you give me your hand. And I place first here headphones, and then you put the hands back down, and I pass you the I will pass you your drink. And when I pass you your drink, this was the end. So, Judith and Frederica, I will hand you now your headphones. Bettina and Catherine, I will hand you now the headphones. Put them on and right, give me your hands again. So, this is my time.
Toby? Toby? How did you feel presenting something you're so very, very much believing in?
Well, you saw it's really, really complex, and everyone said, you have only 10 days to prepare, cut some stuff out. But I really wanted to show and wanted the judges to experience diversity and inclusion on every level. And yes, I took too much time, but I'm freaking proud because 3 years ago I made a promise that I'm going to prove inclusion in both people with a disability and rare coffee species, and today I shared a piece of that vision with you.
It's not only a competition, it's a platform.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for fighting what you believe in.
Thank you.
Thanks again for all your efforts.
Thank you.
Bravo, Toby. Bravo, Einzigartig Allesheim. I think they want to say goodbye to you very, very soon. Noch als Maul, wenn es geht. Bitte schön. Let's welcome to the stage 2 previous brewing competitors, helping me to explain to you guys what will be following as a competition. We have a national champion, we have another previous competitor. I think you've even had the pleasure of training with each other, is that correct?
Yeah. Correct, yes.
What would you tell people if they ask you about Brewers Cup?
Train a lot.
And I would say it's a lot of fun, a lot of learning, and meet a lot of people, especially backstage. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's not only training, but it's...
But let's start with the basics. After 15 minutes and a lot of complexity and 3 beverages in barista, we have only 10 minutes. And less is more, correct? We have no apparatus and power except for a kettle. We have simply water, ground coffee, and a brewing device. What did you use for your competition?
I used the origami. And I think it's really beautiful because that way you can really get into one coffee, like in depth. So you get to know it inside out, literally.
And I had Tornado Duo Dripper. You can have more heat on the coffee and get more flavor and sweetness out of the coffee.
I remember you choosing a very complicated fermented coffee, which you used in kind of a low dosage, where there was some complexity. Usually it's all about a dense coffee, right? Fermented coffee. You had a very low grammage recipe, correct?
Correct, yes. If I remember correctly, I used 13 grams and 200 grams of water.
Amazing. And me, I'm always brewing 420 every morning, often twice. I know you insisting when I came to your shop, 250 is my maximum.
Not my maximum, but I'm used to brew 250, and I found perfect recipe for most of the coffees I used with this amount of water. So I feel safe there, and I think you feel safe with your 400 milliliters.
More is more, sometimes. But back to basics. We have 10 minutes open service. But half the score at that point has already been decided. Before open service comes compulsory. I know I built something special where I only had to do 1 press. What was your strategies for compulsory, where you have to reproduce a recipe in 30 minutes with 8 minutes preparation time and 7 minutes brewing time?
Well, last year we had an interesting grinder. So I think probably most of us went for bypass recipes and a lot of sieving.
Yeah, and I would say also like where you feel comfortable, what you know, how you brew your other coffees, that you know what you can change to get another taste of the coffee.
Which lands you back at practice is everything. Feeling free on stage, I feel like, especially in open service, only after practicing a lot, you can stop thinking about what you're doing and start to enjoy it. How was it for you guys standing on stage?
Surprisingly, a lot easier than presenting in the training environment, because I think there's so many people that you kind of lose touch. So it feels like you're just by yourself in your bubble. And for me, the automatic mode kicked in as soon as I started my time.
And assuming worlds, an even very different feeling. Or how would you compare open service at nationals to international competition?
I would say it's not a big difference for me, especially because you have your pre-time where you do all the same things. Like some people listen to music or have other things to do to get focused. And I would say it's the same in Switzerland and on the world stage, for me.
Speaks for Swiss Coffee Festival, I feel like. What would you recommend for somebody wanting to train and maybe compete next year? Go ask Philipp now if he has time and energy, and make sure to use your coffee. Otherwise, you're not giving back enough.
Yeah, I would say ask people who are used to train other competitors and us competitors if they have tips. And just if you want to go on the stage, you will find a way. And yeah, spend a year with training.
I completely agree with what Vivi said. Of course, if you have a coach, it's much easier. And also plan your training time so that you actually do it. And choose a coffee that you really like, because then you want to get into it.
And I also would say it's not only the training part, it's also everything behind with finding a good coffee, finding a brewing recipe, and all those stuff.
When I got to train with Philip, I noticed that a lot of mistakes you make the first time around you might not make if somebody experienced is helping you out. And then there is a point where only you feel comfortable with what you're doing, and that's the reason, right? That's what we're working towards. When Philip cannot give you any more technical input, you're on the right track, is at least how I remember it. I want to thank the both of you. And now we can share that there is a new shop open in Winterthur where very much people can enjoy. Tell me more.
Yeah, it's a friend of mine who will open up the new coffee shop. It's called Coal Mine, and we will find a balance between specialty coffee and coffee for everyone. And we will show that also Winterthur have good coffee. More
Come
than just
to
one shop.
Winterthur, everybody. And if anybody wants to get a little more fit than they already are, I'm assuming you have some resources to share.
I mean, there is a lot of great gyms. And if you need any advice, you can let me know.
Thanks to the both of you. I think we have another competitor trained by Philip. We have 3 people here being trained by Philip. I feel like Hey Now, with his 10-year anniversary, deserves a special applause. I'm sorry, Hey Now is in its 4th generation. We're simply talking about P14.
Also try P14 birthday coffee because it's really good.
Yes, and I assume there is only very little left, I've heard.
And you can also just try it this weekend.
Yes, only at the Swiss Coffee Festival you can experience the whole. Thanks again for sharing, Philip.
Thank you for this beautiful talk to announce our second competition for the day. So we are now starting the Brewers Cup Open servers. And for our first competitor, we have Edisona Musa.
Nice to meet you. Hello, nice to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you. Beautiful. Okay. Prep time over? No. Judges ready? Beautiful. Timekeeper ready? Can I have my music, please? And time. Dear judges, imagine I offer you a beautiful piece of land in the heights of Costa Rica, between waterfalls and jungle. If you cultivate that land with coffee for more than 5 years, it is going to be all yours and become your home. This actually happened in Costa Rica and is one of the reasons why so many small coffee farms have been established throughout the country. Captivating story, right? Dear judges, my name is Sona, and my coffee mission is to make people consciously enjoy the qualities of a coffee and understand where it comes from. I believe the best way to do that is by sharing a cup of coffee and by telling it stories. So please feel free to take notes at any time. On one of these farms in Costa Rica, I found an amazing coffee, fruity, complex, and sweet. The farm, Las Margaritas 26, in Santa Maria de Dota, the region of Tarasú, on the mountain range around 2,000 meters above sea level. This high altitude offers a growth-promoting rainy season on one hand and a cool and dry season on the other hand, ideal for the coffee beans to mature slowly and concentrate sugars. The soil contains high mineral content, essential for the nutrition of the coffee plant and their acidity structure. The farm owner, Emmanuel Solis, and his family have a tradition of cultivating coffee for over 100 years. And today, I'm presenting one of his incredible geishas. This is a natural processed bean, where the coffee beans are dried on African beds for totally 25 days until reaching a humidity of 11%. Afterwards, there's one specialty in this drying process where the first 3 days, the coffee is kept piled up during the night and extended during the days. This leads to higher acidities and a more complex texture and mouthfeel. So, for me, it was crucial to roast and brew this coffee in a way to bring out the sweetness of this natural processing. Now, let me go over to the brewing facts. After trying different methods, I decided to use the drip method from Grecano. This aluminum dripper is able to contain consistent heat during the brew, which helps me to preserve the delicate flavors. And in combination with the Siberi's fast flow filter, I realized that I can brew with a quite fine grind size without over extraction, but rather enhancing the sweetness. The grind size of today
is 700 microns. The water I'm using is 50 ppm and heated to 94 degrees. It is based on distilled water with equally balanced magnesium and calcium to bring out more of the acidities and to improve the aftertaste. The coffee I roasted on a hot air roaster. With 12% development and 7 minutes 20 roasting time, I realized that this coffee, after 8 days, highlights its taste. I will start my brew with a blooming of 40 grams of water, making sure that all ground coffee is saturated. I'm splitting the brew into totally 5 small pours, with each leaving for 35 seconds until the water passes through completely. This helps me to increase the extraction yield and leads to a more flavored cup. To get a clean and structured cup, I'm going in spiral motions so the coffee bed stays evenly distributed. For the flavors to be more balanced, I decided to use a ratio of 1 to 15 with 17 grams of coffee and 250 grams of water. The total extraction time today is 2 minutes 35. Now, judges, are you ready for the coffee description? Please write down. Starting with the aroma, you'll perceive medium intensity of caramel and vanilla. The flavors, when the coffee is hot, you will have dried mango, black tea, and vanilla. When the coffee is warm, you'll find today sweet red apple, forest strawberry, and milk chocolate. When the coffee is cold, you will have dark chocolate, black tea, and lemon. The aftertaste, you will find medium intensity in all 3 stages. It is long and lingering, like black tea. The acidities you'll find when hot, medium intensity of malic, like red apple. When warm, medium intensity of, again, malic, like red apple, and additionally, citric, like lemon. When cold, you will find medium intensity of citric, like lemon. The sweetness, when the coffee is hot, you will find medium intensity of brown sugar. When it's warm and cold, you will find sugar cane and dark chocolate. When cold, sorry, I think I have to continue to mouthfeel. You will find in all 3 stages a medium body. When it's hot and warm, creamy and smooth. And when it's cold, syrupy. Now, judges, I would love to guide you through the aroma experience. Please wait for my instructions to assess the coffee, the aroma. This is an authentic, colorful, and sweet gift from Mother Earth. Please swirl 5 times. Close your eyes and inhale this beautiful caramel vanilla aroma. Please enjoy. I'll be right back. Thank you. Ready? Thank you. Dear judges, sometimes it's just better to let nature be nature and appreciate that beauty. So, in the name of Las Margaritas 26, Roastery Hanauer, and myself, thank you. Yep. And here we go. Enjoy the sweet coffee. Enjoy the sweet coffee. Enjoy the sweet coffee. Time.
Elisona, come on over for me. We don't have that much time, so I'm going to ask only one question. Okay. You seemed so very relaxed during your presentation. How do you feel, my dear?
Hey, it's interesting. Actually, I was quite relaxed.
Wow.
Of course, there's a lot of tension before it, but during the presentation, it was just beautiful to represent that coffee.
I can get that, and it was very, very beautiful taking a look and seeing your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, you can say goodbye to the judges.
Can I help you? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
What do we have? So now the prep time for our next competitor is almost over. So we now have our next competitor, who is Kostas Kontodimas. Kontodimas. Sí. And now we have our fellow judges.
Welcome. 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 Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Ist ein Kompliment oder?
Welcome.
Yeah. Are you guys ready? Amazing. Can we try our music? Awesome. One more time, please. And time. Stepping outside of our comfort zone can be challenging, especially when it comes to something as personal and complex as a specialty cup of coffee. As brewers and coffee enthusiasts, we often gravitate toward what we know and love, those familiar notes of subtle sweetness, balanced perfectly with a lingering aftertaste. Yet, there is a whole world of flavors out there that push the boundaries of what coffees can be, challenging us to explore new taste horizons. Well, today I want to step out of my comfort zone to take you in a journey that blends my preference for simplicity and elegance with the bold, fruity flavors that many coffee lovers crave. But also, I want to create a truly memorable coffee experience to you. I want to share with you a coffee that embodies this delicate balance. It's a coffee that represents the meeting point between the comfort of the familiar and the excitement of the unknown. And this coffee was grown in Colombia, Finca La Riviera, located 1,800 meters above sea level. From this farm, I choose the Geisha, a varietal that is known for its elegance and clarity. And also, I found that this coffee exciting and wanted to explore it more for its extraordinary intensities and bold flavors. Well, in order to achieve these incredible results, Geisha went through 3 steps fermented processes. Firstly, by depulp and ferment the perfectly ripe cherries in their mousse for 1 day. Second, lactobacillus bacteria was added to break down enzymes and boost fruity notes. And the third one, the last, Saccharomyces yeast was introduced to the tank, producing esters and bringing out all the aromatics that you'll experience like violets today in your cup. So, and for the absolute harmony, I let my coffee degas 15 days. So now, judges, on the backstage, I ground my coffee 20 minutes ago for even better consistency. And I paired my coffee with origami dripper. The shape and the plastic material help with a fast extraction to get this clarity of vibrancy fruitiness. And the last, but I believe the most important thing, the water. My water is going to be 100 ppm hardness. It's a customized water with equal parts of calcium and magnesium because this coffee requires a very unique approach to get this sugary aftertaste in your cup. And my kettles are set at 93 degrees to get this refreshing floral, actually. So, I'm about to start. The recipe that I'm going to use is going to be 18 grams of coffee to 250 ml of water, where I will do the first blooming up to 50 ml, and this will be followed with 2 aggressive circular pulls and 1 more just in the center up to 250, as I found that this recipe gives me the refreshing, elegant notes. So, I'm about to start. Please write down the notes of my coffee. For aromas, you will find notes cherry blossom, lavender, and violet. In terms of flavors, when the coffee is hot, you will find elderflower, violet, and Earl Grey tea. As it cools down, you will find bergamot, and hints of blueberries and cranberries. The aftertaste, when hot, is going to be floral, and refreshing. And as it cools down, it's floral, sweet, tea-like. The acidity, all the way, hot to cold. It's going to be medium intensity. And when hot, it's going to be citric, like bergamot. And as it cools down, it's going to be malic, like red berries. The sweetness, when hot, is medium and sugary. And as it cools down, it's medium and remains sugary. The mouthfeel, when hot, is silky, tea-like. And as it cools down, is juicy, like beating into raspberries. So, now it's time to evaluate the aromas. I will ask you to evaluate the aromas directly from the server. Do a quick swirl 4 to 5 times and enjoy it. Are you ready? Great. Can I? Here you are. Here you are. Enjoy. Here you are. Enjoy. Have you finished? Can I take them back? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great. As you can see, for even better tasting experience, I choose for you these cups. As you can see, there are some lines on it, single and double. The difference is the rims. Please, when hot and warm, drink directly from the single line to highlight the delicate flavors. And as it cools down, drink from the double line to enhance sweetness and mouthfeel. Well, judges, it's been a true pleasure to be here in front of you and sharing this coffee. And I hope that you are reminded in every sip that sometimes the most rewarding experiences come from stepping beyond our comfort zone. Please enjoy it. and this is my time.
Come on over here. First of all, do you want to say your name again correctly? I'm so very sorry.
Yeah, I would like.
So I have one question for you, and then I'm going to have to send you away again. And I want to know, how about your cups? What is so special about your very beautiful rose cups?
Actually, it feels amazing with my drippers. The color is amazing, I think so. Enhance also the flavor of the coffee. And also I believe that the rims, not I believe, it's true, that when you have finer rim, enhance the delicate flavors, the fruitiness. And when you have thicker, enhance the body, the mouthfeel, the same actually.
Wow.
And the sweetness.
Oh, there are the judges.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And thank you for your answer.
My pleasure.
Our next competitor is already almost done with his prep time, who is Dennis Türk. And now, as his prep time is over, we are welcoming our fellow judges.
Hello, welcome. Hello, welcome, Dennis. Welcome, Dennis. Hello, thank you, welcome, Dennis. Hello, welcome, Dennis. Good afternoon, welcome to the stage. Let's start with the first question. Would you like to have tea or coffee? Coffee. I was guessing that. Today oh, sorry, time. Today I would like to share with you a special coffee. It's not only specialty, but also special coffee. In the early 19th centuries, in Bourbon Island, there was a kind of, how you call it, natural mutation of Bourbon that created a new variety called Lorena. Lorena is a very special coffee because of various reasons, but the most spectacular one is the caffeine ratio in it. It has around 35 to 40% of the caffeine amount in comparison to other Arabica varieties. It has advantages and disadvantages to have such small amount of caffeine in terms of the coffee plant itself. For us, there is almost no bitterness, literally no bitterness, due to low amount of caffeine. On the other side, as caffeine is the immune system of the coffee plant that protects the plant against the pests and diseases, it's very sensitive as well. Because of that, actually, it was traded until around 1940s, and the last trade record from the Bourbon Island, Reunion Island in the south of Africa, that's where our variety is coming from. No, last record has been found as of 1942. Then everybody was thinking that the Lorena was extinct until 1999. Then it was found again. Disappeared like actually Cinderella, and found by the prince like Cinderella again after 5 decades. That's our coffee that I will be sharing today. It is produced in a farm in the Cerrado region of Brazil called Da Terra. Da Terra means from the soil. And the name of the lot is Virada 2003. There's a special reason for that. Da Terra was the first farm which was, how you call it, which was certified by Rainforest Alliance in Brazil as the first farm in Brazil. They were not the only first one, they were also the one setting the standards for sustainable coffee farming together with Rainforest Alliance. Then they worked on this variety for more than 10 years. They came to a point to be able to sustainably produce. The lot we have today went through national anaerobic process, 96 hours. In the national anaerobic process, natural anaerobic process, you put the coffee in a stainless steel tank equipped with one-way valve. When the fermentation starts, that the carbon dioxide is produced, as carbon dioxide is denser than the oxygen, it pushes the oxygen out of the tank. In a couple of hours, that the whole tank became completely anaerobic. It stayed in this tank for 96 hours to gain a kind of special taste I will share with you, and special aroma. Then after these 96 hours, it is sun-dried with its husk. So I would like to start with the process. I will just actually use percolation. I have 17.4 grams of coffee. And I will use 200 milliliters of water. 250, I apologize. So 5 pours, 30 seconds each. Temperature is 93 degrees and the ppm of the water is 110. Excellent. I am an engineer and I can say that I guess Murphy is most of the time right, especially when I start playing with the water around. Uh, I would like to also share with you, you may take a note if you wish. For aroma and flavor, it's pineapple, passion fruit, papaya, red grape, tropical floral notes, acidity will start as citric, when warm it will turn into tartaric, and if you are patient enough and if you continue waiting until it is 50 degrees, it will be malic. Body is light to medium to medium. Aftertaste or mouthfeel, let's start with the mouthfeel. Mouthfeel will start with silky. Then it will be, when it's warm, it will be velvety. And when it's cold, it will be creamy. And aftertaste is tropical fruit and floral notes. And especially when it is warm, I hope you like Chardonnay. It will be a little bit winey, Chardonnay-like. I apologize. Voila. So it is ready for you. Thank you very much. Yes. Just I would like to highlight one more thing. Please continue sipping. It will come after second or third sip. Thank you very much. That's my time.
Dennis, won't you come over for me? Oh, I'm right here. Hi.
Hello.
How do you feel after your competition?
Actually, I would like to thank especially SCA Switzerland. To be really honest with you, I am not a professional barista.
Really?
Yes.
So what do you
I am not home barista as well.
Wow.
But SCA Switzerland provides an excellent platform. It is
Really?
open to everybody.
That's amazing.
Anybody can come and participate to connect with people, to learn more about coffee, and to share the coffee here as well.
So what then excited you or brought you to compete here, if it's not barista or anything?
Two aspects.
Uh-huh.
Especially, Daterra is really famous with sustainability.
Mm-hmm.
The topic I am feeling very close to.
Oh.
That was one thing. The other thing is opportunity to learn. This kind of competitions actually are excellent opportunities to improve yourself, to learn about coffee.
Let's just...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Perfect. Then thank you very much for your answers, and I'll leave you to your cleaning, I guess.
Thank you.
Weißt du was von den Judges? Ja, oder irgendwer, der kurz sagen kann, wie es ausschaut. judges. Ich habe die Info, dass das irgendwie 5 Minuten länger dauert oder was? Ja, super, das wäre supi. As we are now waiting for our fellow judges, we want to again announce our sponsors, who are our platinum sponsors, who are Brita, Kaffeezentrale, Kialua over there for the grinders, and also the Coffee Coaching Club, who is over there with everything our heart desires for coffee. And we have our gold sponsors also. Yeah, our gold sponsors, Alpro, Amici, BWT, we have DeLonghi, we have Belief, Kopi, the original Oatly, we have Polycuff, Sage, and we have Turm Cafe. Without all of those, it would not be possible to make this event. I cannot say it oftentimes enough, but it's the base of why we can do this here, so thank you very much to those. Judges? And now we have our fellow judges. So our next competitor is ready, who is Diego Bolanos. And here are our fellow judges.
Welcome. Welcome. Hi. When you're ready, yeah. Can I just try my music, please? Yeah, thank you. Can we just go back? This is my time. Hi. Welcome, judges. I'm Diego, and since I started sharing coffees with you on the stage, I have always been motivated by discovering the evolution of the specialty coffee industry in terms of flavors and brewing techniques, and it has been an extraordinary journey. Today, I will be presenting a special brewer device. This brewer is called the UFO dripper. And brewing with UFO, it's about consistency. First, as you can see, it has an 80 degrees angle that allows to have a 20% shallower bed compared to the typical conical dripper. At the same coffee dose volume, to have more and even extraction, saturation of the ground, giving me more clarity in the flavors and sweetness in every cup. Then, second, it has air channels instead of protruding ribs that combine with the Seabaris filters, it sticks to the wall, decreasing the bypass. And with a fast flow extraction, I get more vibrant flavors. But since I wanted to explore all the potentials of this brewing device, I decided to take a step forward. Today, I'm using the Seabaris profilers. This for two reasons. First, to make the bottom of the brewer flat, that will translate into an increased body and sweetness. And second, to make the coffee bed even shallower and wider, that will allow me to have a better and more extraction, decreasing the turbulence of the ground, and avoiding over-extraction. Combining the best of the flat bottom and the conical dripper, making this UFO experience out of this world. Now, let's put everything in action. Early this year, I had the chance to meet an amazing producer. His name is Joan Vergara, from Colombia. His farm is located in Pitalito, Huila, and he produces multiple varieties. And he masters the science of fermentation. This coffee is a natural process, Java variety, from Finca Las Flores, cultivated at an altitude of 1,750 meters above sea level. The cherries of this coffee were carefully selected, and they went into a thermal shock treatment to enhance the fruitiness and the complex flavors that you will experience going from cherries to tropical fruits. Then the coffee was fermenting during 80 hours, where temperature, pH, and pressure was controlled inside a hermetic bioreactor. Finally, the coffee was mechanically dry during 60 hours. And this slow dry process will enhance the acidity, the sweetness, and the fruitiness in the cup that you will taste as watermelon. Today, my recipe, it's 14 grams of coffee and 202 grams of water. I ground my coffee at 800 microns. The total time of extraction will be about 2 minutes and 45 seconds. I divided my brewing in 4 different pours. The first 2 pours equal parts of water with a side-to-side motion, low agitation to get that clarity in the flavors and highlight the sweetness. My third pour is 60 grams of water, this time with circular motion, low water flow, to get that fruity in the cup and balance the acidity. And finally, my last pour will be just 40 grams of water, up to 220 grams, to get that silky texture and juicy body. The water I'm using today has a general hardness of 120 ppms to highlight the sweetness and the acidity in this coffee. I decided to use 2 kettles to keep the temperature stable, and the temperature was 91 Celsius, as I found this highlights the best flavors in my coffee. In order to express the attributes of the Java variety and the long fermentation process, this coffee was roasted in an airflow roaster just about 5 days ago, with a short soaking technique at the beginning and a gentry approach with low intensity at first crack. Now please take note for the aroma descriptors. The aromatics are medium plus in intensity. And you will find hibiscus, watermelon, and caramel. Floral notes like rose and violet. And sweet like bubblegum and cotton candy. Please evaluate directly from the server and swirl while you smell. As you can see, this server has a special apex inside that will intensify the aromatics and will help with the stir motion. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Now, let's move into the flavor description. May I? For flavors, they are medium plus in intensity and elegant. In all temperatures, you will get hibiscus and raspberry. When the coffee is hot, you'll get also a strawberry, watermelon, floral notes like violet, and sweet like bubblegum. As the coffee cools down, you'll get violet again, cherry, and tropical fruit like passion fruit, and citrus like grapefruit. The aftertaste of this coffee is sweet and long with medium intensity like caramel and cherry. And passion fruit as it cools down. The acidity is medium plus and crispy, malic like cherries, and as it cools down, it's tartaric like grapes. The sweetness is high in all temperatures like caramel and bubblegum. And the mouthfeel is silky texture and round and smooth as it cools down. I choose the two-way cup for enhance your evaluation, sensory evaluation. And please start the evaluation from the white flat side, where you will get the tropical fruits. And continue as it cools down from the purple side as it cools down. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Time.
Diego, you're done.
Yeah.
Are you? Come on over here. So, how do you feel, Diego?
Good, good,
yeah?
good.
I have also a question for you about your cups. You also have some kind of special cups, don't you?
Yeah.
What is so special about them? What do you say?
You will perceive different notes. As I said to research, you start from the white part as the coffee is hot, and then you continue your evaluation with the purple side. So you will get like two different characteristics of the coffee. You will perceive more the flavors, I would say, yeah.
Wow, so also the color plays a role, right?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you. I'll leave you to clean up and to the judges as soon as they're ready.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks.
So our next competitor is already ready to start, and he has a lot of things packed up here. So I think we're going to be excited about our next presentation by Kena Vagari.
No.
And now we also have our fellow judges over there. So enjoy our next presentation.
Hi, judges. Hi. Hi, nice meeting you. Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. Yes, of course, you have cold on your right and warm for both kettles on the left. Time. Hi, judges. My name is Kenna, and what a pleasure brewing for you today. Today, before getting into my presentation, I would like to get to know you better. I believe color says a lot about who we are. So I'd like to know, what is your favorite color? Great. I see a bright personality. What about you? Blue. I see a calm personality. And what about you? Pink, obviously. I see a joyful personality. Before letting you know my favorite color, I would like to explain why color. Today, I will showcase how color had an influence in the making of, on each and every step of the making of the coffee you'll experience today. You will find all the information about the coffee on the tablet right in front of you. Let's start with the producers. Felipe and Carlos Archila from Quindío, Colombia, describe their coffee with two colors. Pink, because of the flavors they find in the cup, and a bright, intense purple, because it's the color they use as reference to know when cherries are perfectly ripe. Felipe and Carlos wanted to add their own project to their coffee-producing legacy, developing a new parcel beautifully called Jardines del Eden. The goal is to grow exotic varieties like this sidra. It has been sourced in Ecuador and adapts very well to Colombian soil, as it stays tasteful and productive. Brother Achila also developed their own fermentation process, aiming to enhance flavors without hiding the genetics of the variety. So, the cherries have been fermented in an dry aerobic environment for 24 hours, then anaerobically in GainPro bags for 48 hours at a temperature below 22 degrees to slow down the fermentation. Beans are first mechanically dried, then transferred onto raised beds. This process enhances the natural notes of berries and gives a juicy mouthfeel. Now about the roasting. This coffee has been roasted by Stephanie from the Good Life Coffee. Studies she refers to shows that 80% of the taste of a coffee is determined by its color. This is how color had an influence profiling our sidra. We discovered that blending 60% of slightly darker beans and 40% of slightly lighter beans could help balance the bitterness, add acidity, and increase the natural sweetness of the sidra. The coffee has been roasted 15 days ago, so fruitiness is at its best now. I will be using a Greicano dripper. It is made out of metal and has a ceramic coating, increasing heat retention and allowing me to brew at a low temperature. This results in a cup with a clear plum note and a high sweetness. I'm a sweet tooth. I am using Sibarist Fast Filter, perfectly shaped for this dripper, giving a uniform drawdown and allowing me to grind finer and extract more flavor compounds. I will start my brew with a kettle at 78 degrees and a bloom with first low, then high agitation to avoid clogging and an uneven extraction. After that, I will use a kettle at 88 degrees to execute 2 pours with medium agitation. I am brewing 15 grams of coffee with 225 grams of water, giving me the perfect ratio to get clarity and a syrupy mouthfeel. I designed my water with equal parts of magnesium, calcium, and bicarbonate, giving a ppm of 90. bringing out depth, a lingering sweetness, and a balanced acidity. Judges, can I please ask you wait the end of my presentation to assess aroma and evaluate the coffee? But for now, can I please ask you write down for me? Aroma. You will get plum, red apple, and brown sugar. Flavor. When hot, you will get plum, blueberry, and floral notes. When cooling down, you will get plum again, cranberry, and floral notes, remembering me at this stage of hibiscus. For the aftertaste. When hot, it is medium long. Fruity. When cooling down, it is long lasting and slightly floral, remembering me of hibiscus. For the acidity, over all three stages, it is medium-high intensity, remembering me of cranberry. For the sweetness, when hot and warm, it is medium-high, lingering like grape juice. And when cold, it is high, like apple juice. And for the mouthfeel, my favorite part. When hot and warm, it is medium, juicy. And when cold, it is medium high, syrupy. Judges, can I please ask again? You wait the end of my presentation to assess aroma directly from the server after swirling 10 times and evaluate the coffee from the cup. Last but not least, how do I, as a barista, use color? I describe the coffees I serve using color because I find it easier to explain flavors to customer. This is why I invite you to flip the booklet in front of you, and you'll discover 3 shades of purple, illustrating each temperature stage. So, when evaluating the coffee, you can bring the booklet with you and immerse yourself totally into color. When hot, I describe this coffee as bright purple, the fruity stage. When warm, I describe the coffee as deep purple, the more complex stage. And when cold, I describe the coffee as brown purple, the sweet stage. I think you've now guessed my favorite color. Judges, it was a real pleasure accompanying you on this colorful journey around coffee. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. I hope I have showcased the amazing work done by our Chile brother and their team, as I believe farmers are the real artists painting each and every cup. Time. Thank you very much.
I have so many questions, Kina, but the first question is, my favorite color is green. What does that say about me?
I see someone peaceful who likes nature.
Interesting, yeah. Peaceful, yeah, nature fits. Peaceful, huh?
Not that much.
But it's like green and pink, so.
Okay, well, I'm glad they are not scoring our accuracy skills on psychology.
So how did it feel? What did you say?
Oh, first time felt amazing.
First time, really? I didn't see that.
That's kind, thanks.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your presentation and also your very great setup. Wow.
Thanks, thank you so much.
Thank you too.
You're welcome. Est-ce que je ramène les affaires? Il faut attendre. Ok.
So we will have a bit of time now. So you just told us that you did the first time competing today, right?
Exactly. It's my first time. Very stressful, but I had a blast. It was fun.
Wow. So why did you decide to compete?
So it's in fact the head roaster of the Good Life Coffee where I work who pushed me to go on stage. And I thought it was a really nice way of challenging my skills, my barista skills. So I was like, let's go.
So normally you're a barista working somewhere in Switzerland?
Yes, so I started as a barista in Geneva, and then I became event manager in a roaster.
Really?
So I had more management skills, but with the coffee still in the center of what I was selling.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
And your presentation was very special, I would say. So how did you get the idea on including colors in your presentation, which is very interesting?
Yeah, so in fact, it was the combination of the head roaster of Good Life and myself with whom we created this presentation. So she really believes that color has an impact on the taste of the coffee when she's roasting. So she really refers to her colorimetric device. And I, when I started coffee, it was super, super hard to like distinguish cups or even find flavor notes. But the first element I could easily sense was color. So it made quite much sense talking about this topic today.
Oh wow, that may be even like a very good tip because I also have very much difficulties with getting like the different tastes.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna try that with the color vest. Thank you very much.
You're
And
welcome.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks for everything. Have a nice one.
It's done? Okay. Now we have the last 10 seconds of our next competitor's prep time, who is Tobias, who is competing again today. And I see our fellow judges. Dear judges, come please to our stage.
So, are you all good? Ready? Okay, time. Let me be honest. When I registered for the Brewers Cup, I didn't know that I would qualify also for the barista, and that's why I now focus really on the barista. However, I registered because I have something to show you, and this is Coffee alla Iberica. I wanted to show this in every possible way, and I'm going to brew you how I brew it just when I go to the farm, at home, and I'm going to do this in the pelador. The pelador is a dripper that I got to know in Colombia when I was in Colombia learning about fermentation. The cool thing about this is that it's really, really easy to use. For everyone easy. You don't need turbulence. It is always nice and steady. It has a long contact time, and because it's open and there's oxygen, this makes it oxidize and promises often a little bit more juiciness in the coffee. As I said, the Coffea liberica, the coffee is a Coffea liberica, again from the farm of my partner, Jason, in Malaysia. And also this one I processed together with him for you today. I literally just came back 10 days ago from Malaysia. Now, the recipe I'm using is 18 in, yielding in 300 out. I'm a little bit shaky. It's, as I said, I'm just showing you how I do it at home, basically. And actually, that's way less pressure than before. I like that. So, the temperature that I'm using is, again, I like it to make it a little bit more the acidity, taking the acidity out, because Liberica is famous for being really, really sweet. And therefore, it is, therefore, I try with my brew recipe to adjust this. I am going with 88 degrees. It's a little bit shaky here. That's not so good, to be honest. Now, maybe how I fermented this coffee. This one is also quite unique because I did anaerobic fermentation for 14 days. I don't like the shaking here. So, since we have a little bit time, let's talk about the coffee. So how I fermented it, or after harvesting the cherries, we sorted it three times by color, and then by size. And we only took the small one, the baby cherries, because we wanted to get the pea berries out. After then fermenting for 14 days anaerobe, and drying and everything, we then by hand sorted it again to only get the pea berries. Now, what you will taste is an aroma of blueberry, cherry, and cacao nibs. The flavors are cherries again, cacao nibs, and orange. You will have a high sweetness in all temperature, and the acidity is medium malic, like cherries. The body is like a syrup because it's so sweet. And do I miss anything? It's a nice lingering aftertaste. When it gets colder, you find also some more berries like raspberry. And yeah, I think I'm going to just serve you, and you enjoy your drink. I saw that the others talked about the cups, but I just chose what I had, like I do it on the farm. So, yes, in this case, I hope really you enjoyed my coffee, because that's what I wanted to present you. And if you liked it, you can tell about it, and I think that's my time. Thank you.
Tobias, come on over here.
Here you are. So
you were the second time on stage today, right?
yes.
So what was your greatest difficulty when preparing for two championships at the same time?
Time management and learning the speech.
Oh wow! Yeah.
That's why I decided to not learn any speech for this one.
You didn't?
No, that
Really?
was really pure improvisation.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. Thank you.
And why did you choose Liberica for your coffee?
Because I grow it myself.
Really?
And
let's just say goodbye.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Because I grow it myself, and I love rare coffee species. Not just Liberica, but this is what I mainly process. And I think it's time that it's more accepted. And yeah.
Yeah, I like that you're also about diversity. And I mean, your first presentation was about diversity, so this one also is kind of about diversity, right?
Yes, exactly. So I try to show about diversity, change. There's a lot of change. I mean, like change, we all change. There's climate change, and for this, we need diversity. And this leads to innovation. And I think those championships are also about innovation.
Definitely. Thank you very much. I'll leave you to your cleanup.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tobias. So the prep time of Suki is also over, which means we are ready for our next competitor. And now we welcome on stage our fellow judges. Judges? Oh, okay, yeah. Now we have to first try the water. And here are our fellow judges. Give a warm welcome to our judges and
Nice
to
to meet
Suki, our next competitor.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you. Woo. Is everyone ready? May I have my music, please? Let's start it over again, please. Thank you. Whew. Time. Have you ever tried brewing with a kiss? Yes, K-I-S-S, kiss. You might be wondering what KISS stands for. It means keep it super simple. This means to me making the coffee experience enjoyable and simple. After years working with coffee, I've come to realize the world of coffee is like a black coat. Coffee is growing more and more complex, making us brewers busier than ever. But today, we are going to return to the original purpose, brewing an exclusive cup in the most simple and inclusive way. Let's keep it super simple. Coffee for you today. I've chosen an anaerobic natural, red geisha from Finca La Ligrita, Colombia. The red geisha has its own delicate tartaric acidity character. Maurizio's hand-picked white cherries ferment anaerobically in sealed tank for 2 days. This can bring out the strawberry flavor in the cup. During fermentation, nitrogen flushes into the tank. This can reduce the unwanted fermentation byproduct, such as carbonic acid. After fermentation, the cherry dries slowly in the dark room for 2 months, resulting today we have a cup with sugary sweetness, yet very clean. So now, apart from coffee, water is another key ingredient in our brew. Today, I'm using water with more magnesium to highlight the sugary sweetness and silky mouthfeel. This water has less calcium to balance the tartaric acidity. Total hardness, 100 ppm. Water is foundation of every single brew. Without good water, we can never get a great brew. The coffee was roasted 2 weeks ago on drum roaster. Drum roaster use gentle energy to heat both inside and outside the coffee beans. This gives us the perfect balance between acidity and sweetness. Coffee was roasted 2 weeks ago, correction. Now let me share with you my recipe. I'm using switch. Switch combine immersion and drip. Immersion gives us rich flavor in the cup. When drip, we can have a really clean cup. This is one of the most inclusive dripper you can find in the market. Now let me share with you today's recipe. I'm using 14.5 grams coffee with total brewing water, 230 milliliter. Medium fine grind setting. My recipe starts first with a 50 milliliter brew at 90 degrees with the valve closed. Let it sit for 1 minute. The long steeping time allows me to extract the beautiful tartaric acidity. At 1 minute mark, I open the valve, let it drip. I start pouring all the remaining water at once. First, with a circle pour, really gentle. Then, with a low agitation center pour all the way. Finishing with a little spin to make sure all the coffee grinds are saturated. This recipe is super simple. Embrace the KISS principle. Keep it super simple. Now, I have finished my brewing, but good things worth waiting. Let's go through the tasting note together while we are waiting for the coffee to cool down to the best drinking temperature. Today, in the cup, for the aroma, you will find forest berry, grape, plum, now for the flavor, from hot to cold, medium intensity. When it's hot, you will find strawberry, grape. When it's warm, fresh strawberry. As it's cooled down, raspberry. For the aftertaste, from hot to cold, medium intensity. When it's hot and warm, long-lasting. Reminds me of a fresh red wine. As it's cooled down, still long-lasting. But now, it turns to whiskey. Now, for the acidity. From hot to cold, medium intensity. When it's hot, tartaric. When it's warm, transforming from tartaric to citric. As it's cooled down, malic correction. Now for the sweetness. From hot to cold, medium intensity. All the way sugary. When it's hot, reminds me of white sugar. Warm and cold, it turns to caramel. For the mouthfeel, when it's from hot to cold, medium intensity. When it's hot, juicy. Warm, silky. When it's cold, it turns back to juicy. So, today, I'm serving you in this cup. Please make sure from hot to cold you enjoy from this side. The thicker rim can enhance the silky mouthfeel and the sugary sweetness. Please evaluate the aroma once I open the glass lid and just enjoy the cup directly. At the end of the day, a cup of coffee is complex, but should not be complicated. I enjoy finding an easy way for everyone to get the best result. From now on, why not enjoy every single brew with a kiss? Let's keep it Super simple. Please enjoy time.
Wow, Suki, you were earlier ready than I thought. Come on over here.
I was also faster than I thought.
But so I heard that you were at the Worlds last year, weren't you?
Yeah, in Chicago.
Yes, it was actually this year. You're right. So, how do you want to talk about that? How was that for you?
I think Chicago was great. I didn't see Chicago. I only see coffee. I keep drinking the Sidra for like days. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
And what did you do different this time for a Brewers Cup? Did you do anything different?
I think it's a completely different approach. So I used to make things tiny more complicated. Just tiny more, just a little bit more.
But didn't you just say that you want to make it more simple?
Yeah, because we want to embrace the KISS principle. Like KISS, keep it super sexy.
Yeah, definitely. And I also just heard from your friend over there that you're very, very motivated and hardworking. And I really want to know how you keep so motivated to keep doing competitions.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. Like, I think competition pushes us a bit forward than what we used to do. Like, we have our daily job. So we're learning every day. But at the end, like, sometimes there are things that we didn't think about when we brew. Like, you never think about to make brewing even more simple.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it's only 2 pours. It cannot be more simple. You can do also 1.
Well, you're right, yeah. I also have a Harriet at home, and mostly I do like to do 1 brew, and then I just let it leave out. But I think I'm going to do 2 brews now. Just
let it sip. Just keep it there. Go to toilet. Do your makeup. Come back and enjoy your coffee.
Yeah, I definitely think of you then the next time that you use my Harrier switch. Thank you very much. I'll leave you to your cleanup.
Thank you.
Suki. Okay. Okay, our next competitor is also ready. For our next competitor, we have Julian over here. And we want to now invite our fellow judges. I'll just check on them. There are our fellow judges. Give a warm welcome to our judges.
Hello. 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 Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. My pleasure. Nice to meet you. Hi. Nice to meet you. I believe so. You over there? Thank you. Can I have my music, please? Are you feeling comfortable? Time. Hello, everyone. I'm an agronomist, and 15 years ago, I was invited to visit coffee farms in Colombia. There, I also attended a barista competition. I discovered the world of specialty coffee and witnessed firsthand the passion and dedication that go into every cup. In the recent year, advanced processing techniques and lighter roast became more common, changing the face of specialty coffee. The amazing flavor, diversity, and intensity of such coffees is amazing for me, and this gives me the motivation to push boundaries in order to create the perfect cup of coffee. And today, I'm here on stage and will share with you an amazing coffee coming right from Colombia, the very place where my journey began. So, my coffee is from Colombia, from Tatangasca, from Huila, Colombia. It's a Pacamara. It's my preferred variety. It is a natural processed coffee. It was at an anaerobic fermentation, long for 150 hours. And this gives my coffee a rich sweetness, a juicy acidity, and bright tropical fruit flavors. I roasted this coffee just yesterday on a roast sample roaster. It's a light roast in just 6 minutes 30. I ground the coffee 3 hours ago and to help degassing and to have more clarity. And then I stored the coffee in these small aromatic glass jars to prevent aroma loss. As you can see, I leveled the coffee bed with this tool to ensure evenness. And the coffee was ground with a Pietro hand grinder. Grind size is medium fine. And that's it. So now for my recipe, as you can see, I'm using a switch dripper, as it allows to easily switch between immersion and percolation. And I am also using this tool. That's the Hario Drip Assist. This has larger holes in the middle, giving more agitation and a faster flow, and smaller holes in the outer section for slow flow and very limited agitation. This gives me control over agitation and perfect control of the brew process with more clarity and sweetness. For my water today, it has a total of 115 ppm. It is rich in magnesium for brighter fruit notes and a lively acidity. For the first pour, with the valve closed, I start by alternating between the outer section and the inner section, finishing at 90 milliliters. Finally, at 1 minute, I take my other kettle and then pour exclusively in the outer section, and then open the valve, and then finish pouring. For the first pour, I use 88 degrees for a bright acidity and to preserve the bright aromas of the coffees. For the second pour, I use 95 degrees, well, because this temperature gives me a bright acid, rich sweetness. And my brew is ready in less than 2 minutes. And now comes the bad part, that's the sensory experience. That's why we love specialty coffee so much. So let's start with the aroma. Please write down. You will find medium-high notes of cooked pineapple, dates, licorice, as well as hints of white flowers like elderflower and hints of cinnamon. I invite you to gently serve the server 3 times and bring it close to your nose. Are you done? Are you finished? May I? Thank you. So now let's go ahead with a tasting notes with the flavor from hot to cold. You will find medium-high notes of cooked pineapple again, dates, licorice, but also sugarcane. As the coffee starts cooling down, you will find hints of white flowers like elderflowers, and when the coffee is really cold, you will find hints of kiwi. Then the aftertaste is clean and long-lasting, pleasant, with notes of cooked pineapple, sugarcane, and licorice. The acidity of this coffee is medium-high in intensity. It is lively, juicy, yet smooth. It's medium-high in intensity, citric, like a pineapple. The sweetness is what I really like in this coffee. For me, it has a special quality that is warming and comforting. It is rich, structured, and layered. Reminds me of dates, figs, and also sugarcane. The sweetness, I said, and then the mouthfeel. The sweetness is high, and the mouthfeel is medium. I really like it. Also, it's very smooth, very silky. It leaves a pleasant and long-lasting sensation of them in the mouth, silky, and it's of medium intensity. For you today, I'm serving you this coffee in these ceramic cups. They have an open lip, and this will accentuate the perception of acidity, contributing to the overall experience. And now, dear judges, I would like to thank you for your time and invite you to indulge in this wonderful cup of coffee and enjoy the journey it takes you on. Time.
Julian, you're done. How do you feel, Julian?
Could be better. I had an issue with the scales that was showing ounces instead of milliliters, so that really messed up my routine, to be honest. So
We didn't notice.
I guess the judges noticed.
Well,
but shit happens, so that's yeah.
But also, I heard that you're not a barista, are you? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm an agronomist. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so how?
I discovered coffee coming from the farm, and I discovered the farmers before discovering specialty coffee. So.
Wow, that's interesting. So you also came from cup tasting, I heard. So what?
Yeah, I did not too bad 2 years ago. I finished third, so it's maybe my, well, I'm stronger, I would say. Maybe. I mean. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll see. There is a cup tasting tomorrow, so I'll have another chance.
Definitely. Yeah. So you're competing tomorrow as well, are you?
Exactly, in the cup tasting, yeah.
We're going to see you here again. And why did you decide to compete also for Brewers Cup?
Just to try for fun. I think it's interesting. I think what is appealing is about the brewing technique and getting the best coffee, and I think that's what is interesting in the end. In this competition, and it's what motivates me, is just to make the best cup of coffee and to have the judge evaluate this cup of coffee. So that's more the technical aspects of it, I would say.
I get that. Thank you. I'll leave you to your cleaning, and thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Julian, everyone. So now the prep time of David Wistorf is over. So here's our next competitor, David. And we're waiting for our judges. And I see the judges. Give a warm welcome to our judges.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hi. Hi, nice to meet you. Hello. Hello. Who's my head judge? So I have a little thing here, but you can't clean it. Okay. Can I have my music? Are you ready? Can you start the music again, please? Time. Hi judges. Today I want to talk about two factors that influence our cup quality. They are so small that we often don't see them, but they will and do influence our cup quality. These factors are aroma and fines. In the next 10 minutes, I will explain to you how understanding and modulating these factors can improve your cup quality. I will start with aroma first and go over to fines later. You can now relax. I do a full flavor description later on. What exactly is the taste you preserved in coffee? Chemical speaking, this taste consists of many different compounds from different substances. Together, they form the flavor profile of the coffee. The better the coffee, the more complex are these aroma compounds. These compounds develop along the coffee chain. The cultivation and harvesting of coffee produce a large number of these pre-stages, which become later our taste. And to give you a better idea of this, I selected a very specific coffee who brings a large number of these pre-stages. This coffee comes from the Vulcan region in Panama, from the producer Jameson Savage and his farm Iris Estate. Iris Estate is located over 2,000 meters above sea level, which makes the microclimate very cold, causing the green tip geisha cherry to grow very slowly and producing a large number of these pre-stages, which become later flavor notes of black tea and jasmine. But what truly sets this coffee apart is the processing. After harvesting, the coffee was floated and fermented in cherry for 6 days at 18 degrees as a carbonic macerated coffee. Every day, new CO2 is pumped into the fermentation tank, slow down the breakdown of carbohydrates, and make your cup later so clean. After fermentation, the coffee was dried as a natural by controlling humidity and temperature, slow down the drying process, make your coffee so fruity with notes of peaches and strawberries. I roasted that coffee by using a Link hot air sample roaster. Due to the convectional heat application and a roast time of 8 minutes, I was able to create enough chemical reaction to transform these pre-stages into complex compounds for intense flavors. And because of an end temperature of 210 degrees, I was able to integrate the lactic acidity from the process with the sweetness of my coffee. And then I asked myself, how can I protect these aroma compounds that we work so hard that you have as many as possible later in your cup? And for that, I did the following. One day after roasting, I placed 16.5 grams of coffee in these tubes and froze it for exactly 4 weeks at minus 20 degrees. At this cold temperature, the volatile aroma compounds preserved into the bean and do not evaporate into the air, which make your coffee so floral forward and clean. I grinded that coffee direct from the freezer. Scientific papers shown that grinding frozen beans produce a very similar particle distribution, leading to an even extraction through more balance. However, frozen grinding produces also slightly more fines. And now we are already in my second topic, the fines. And here the magic happened, judges. When I place my dripper with the grounded coffee on this vibration plate for a few seconds, the borders and the fines sort themselves. The borders at the top and the fines at the bottom. You may know this effect by shaking your cereal box. Afterwards, in the extraction, the borders extract first and more stronger as they are on the top, where the pouring creates more turbulences, resulting in a stronger extraction. The fines at the bottom are not affected by that and do not extract so strong. So by grinding frozen beans and vibrating the coffee bed, I'm now able to extract the fines and the borders to a similar degree, leading in a very even extraction and a creamy and elegant mouthfeel. One problem caused by the fines at the bottom is clocking. Clocking is when the fines stick to the filter paper and slow down or even stop the extraction. To solve this problem, I bought the December dripper with Zipperus paper. This is a flatbed dripper with steep side walls where the filter paper lies again, which means I do not have a bypass. But what truly sets this dripper apart is that I can change the flow rate by turning the base. After 1 minute and 5 seconds, I increased the flow rate from 3 to 6 grams per second to reach an extraction time of 3 minutes with a grind size around 650 microns, where the acidity and sweetness is so balanced. I used today 16.5 grams of coffee and 250 ml of water, which is a brewing ratio of 1 to 15.2. There, the aftertaste is so long and sweet. I poured today with 93 degrees hot water with a mineral content of 120 ppm. The mineral content boosts the sweetness while the temperature highlighting the acidity from the process. I started today with a 50-gram bloom as the foundation for all other pours, followed by an 80-gram second pour to highlighting the acidity from the process, and finishing with 2 equal 60-gram pours to extract the sweetness out of my coffee. As you could see, I extracted the first pour over a Paragon metal ice cube. By chill down the first 25% of my extraction, I'm able to capture in these aroma compounds into my brew, and you have so much of jasmine later in your cup. And now, judges, the flavor description. So please note down. The aroma is medium, reminds me of jasmine, red currant, and caramel. The flavors are medium to high. When hot, like black tea, cherry, and cranberries. When warm, the coffee is like blood orange, elderflower, and white peaches. When the coffee is cool, it goes to black tea, jasmine, and peaches. The aftertaste is medium to high, very long, sweet and soft. Reminds me when hot, on an elegant black tea, and when cooling, more on pink grapefruit. The acidity is medium, well integrated. When hot, malic, juicy, and sparkling. And when cooling, there's also a lactic, mouth-watering acidity. The sweetness is very elegant, dense, and high in intensity. Very fruity, like maltodextrin candy, and goes even brighter when cooling. The mouthfeel is medium to high, very soft and elegant. When hot, creamy and velvety, and when cooling, more silky and elegant. Overall, this coffee is so complex, sweet, and soft. And now, judges, please evaluate the aroma direct from the server, as then it's much more intense. So here we go, that's for you. That's for you. And last but not least, that's for you. May I? Please enjoy. May I? Please enjoy. May I? And last but not least, please enjoy. Judges, it was my absolute pleasure to share with you what I learned about aroma and fines. I hope you enjoyed this amazing coffee. Thank you for being my guest. Time.
have it. You're done.
Yes.
Nice to see you in your hometown. Last year you were in mine.
Yeah.
So how was it? What do you say? Are you happy?
I'm very happy. It was quite okay.
Okay, and now I have the weird question. What is that innovation which you used? Do you want to talk about that?
So that's a vibration plate. I put my dripper with the grounded coffee on side, and the boulders and the fines sort themselves.
Wow, and how did you develop that?
So we experiment a lot with this vibration plate with, thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, with Felix for the World Championships in Busan, and then I experiment also with filter coffee.
Okay, we have to keep going, but it was very, very interesting. I would love to talk more.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll leave you to your cleaning. And now we already have our next competitor over there, which is Florian. Give it up for Florian. And now we welcome our fellow judges on stage.
Geht's alleine?
Yes.
Good to see you. Hi. Welcome. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Hi. Nice to meet you. Hi. Yes. So, judges, are you ready? Head judge ready? Timekeeper ready? Can I have my music, please? Time. Welcome, judges. My name is Flo. Thank you for being here today. Please feel free to take notes anytime. The coffee I'm going to serve you today is a natural, cold fermented Panama geisha from the volcanic region of Chiriquí, produced by Flying Pumas. It's a young project by the innovative producer Felipe Sardi of La Palma y el Tucán. And this is only their second harvest, producing just a total of 500 kilograms of geisha this year. The farm, located at 1,700 meters, enjoys constant humidity, which adds to this unique terroir of this coffee. And what impresses me and sets this farm apart is its focus on quality over quantity. Here, each coffee tree is spaced at least 2 meters apart, allowing better light and nutrient absorption, crucial for the nutrient-demanding geisha variety. The volcanic soil is fertile and mineral-rich, but it's even enriched with biochar, ensuring that the cherries reaches its full potential in sugar concentration and flavor, which will stand out in the cup. Flying Pumas also prunes their coffee trees like fruit trees, concentrating growth on fewer cherries for a higher quality. And they pick the cherries during a full moon night, when the higher gravitational pull intensifies the flow of water and nutrients into the cherries, making them sweeter and more complex. And the farmers handpick only the ripest cherries, ensuring that the quality is top-notch. After the harvest, the cherries are put into plastic bags and placed in 14 degrees cold spring water for an 18-day fermentation. And this might sound long and promising a funky cup, but it's done at such a low temperature that the cherries stay vibrant, keeping an orange color, which is an indicator that the oxidation of the fruit is still controlled. So this cold fermentation process preserves the terroir, resulting in a cup that's crisp and clean. The cherries are then dried at an altitude of 300 meters because of the more stable drying conditions there. And the cherries, they dry slowly over 25 days on raised beds, and the farmers even cover them to prevent any over-fermentation from the sun. And this slow drying allows the volatile and aromatic compounds, which are responsible for the coffee's flavor and aroma note, to develop and be better preserved, which results in a more complex profile. Further, the drying gives the bean time to develop its sensory characteristics better, leading to a more rounded body and a well-balanced acidity. So let's have a look at today's equipment and recipe. I'm using my favorite Hario V60 metal dripper combined with the Superist fast filter. This setup allows me a fast flow rate to avoid any over-extraction. Further, the metal contributes to a more stable brew temperature. The beans were roasted on a drum roaster 7 days ago for 9 minutes and with a development of 12%. I've chosen the drum roaster to receive a better texture and to enhance the cherry notes. I used the bento grinder since I found it to be the most consistent regarding the particle shape and the size distribution of the coffee ground, which contributes to that clear drinking experience. So today's recipe is a bypass, because with this brew style I can maintain the flavors, quality and intensity without having any over-extraction. The concentrate will give us the flavors intensity, whereas the bypass highlights the flavor's clarity. For each brew, I'm using 22 grams of coffee with a grind size of 690 microns to extract those beautiful cherry flavors. For the concentrate, I pour 3 times 60 grams every 35 seconds, resulting in a total brew time of 1 minute and 50 seconds. The water is 90 degrees Celsius and has a ppm of 14 to have these bright and crisp acidities. For the bypass, I add 50 grams of the same water, but I'm cooling it down to 80 degrees to avoid any over-extraction of remaining coffee particles in the concentrate. I'm changing the kettles after 3 pours to ensure a more stable brew temperature, and I started each pour with a center pour for 3 seconds before I then circled 6 times. This way of agitation makes sure that all particles get equally extracted. So judges, let's move to coffee description. Please write down. Your first impression will be the aroma. You find with a medium intensity, red cherries and dark chocolate. The flavors when hot with a medium intensity, red cherries, dark chocolate, and brown sugar. When warm, with a medium plus intensity, sweet lemon, hazelnut, and brown sugar. Correction, instead of brown sugar, caramel. When cold, medium plus intensity of a beautiful pink grapefruit and toffee. The aftertaste is lingering and of a medium intensity throughout all 3 stages. When hot and warm, it reminds me of a lemon iced tea. And when cold, again of that pink grapefruit. The acidities are citric and tartaric throughout all three stages. When hot and warm with a medium plus intensity, it reminds me of a sweet lemon. And when cold, again with a medium intensity of that pickled grapefruit. The sweetness. When hot, medium plus intensity, it reminds me of a red cherry jam. When warm, with a medium plus intensity, it reminds me of caramel. And when cold, medium intensity, it reminds me of brown sugar. The mouthfeel is round and syrupy throughout all three stages with a medium body. So, for the assessment, please swirl the server 3 times before you only assess the aroma. It's for you and you. And I'll be right back with you. So judges, are we ready to move on? I'll serve you the coffee in the Orea Sense cup. The wineglass-like body with the steep angles help collect and concentrate the aroma in a central point. The wide mouth of the cup positions your nose right in the middle of this, while also spreading the liquid evenly across your palate, which will enhance the mouthfeel of the brew. So judges, please enjoy this remarkable coffee with its unique terroir from Panama. Time.
Florian, you want to come over here for a second?
Yes, sure.
Wow, you have a pretty much big fan base, don't you? Okay, wow. So how do you feel right now? What do you say?
I don't know. Was it in time? Because my timer didn't work. Okay, it was in time.
Perfect, yeah.
So now I'm
we're on
good.
time.
Now I'm good.
Okay, then I have one question for you.
Yes.
You used a Hario dripper. What
Yes.
did you use? Why did you go for that one? Why?
Because it's a match, I would say. Thank you very much. Please enjoy the coffee. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I see. You're very aesthetic going here. Yeah.
No, it's just a match. I really like the dripper, and also last year it just felt right to use it. So that's why I've chosen it also this year. So yeah.
Cool. So then I'll leave you to your cleaning. I have the next
Perfect.
one already ready.
Thank you.
And thank you. Give it up for Florian once again. Okay. Before we move on to our next competitor, we have a quick announcement to make. So due to our very large delay, we're not going to do our announcements tonight here on stage, but we're going to do them online. So you will see them at our SCA Switzerland Instagram account. There you can see who is going to be in the finals tomorrow, but you don't have to stay here and wait for the finals because due to the late hour, we're not going to do them with people. Yes. And now we're moving, I think we go for our judges. And okay, so our judges is ready, and we have our next competitor, who is Paulina.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hello. Hi, nice to meet you. Hello. Hi, it's been a long day. Yeah. Cold, hot. Yes. Are the judges ready? Can I have my music, please? Time. Decisions. Small moments that shape us. And with each choice, a new version of ourselves is created. In the world of coffee, each step, each moment is very important. And so, I would like to trace the path of my own decisions. The pivotal choice, choosing the right coffee. And I was torn between two magnificent beans. And in that moment of indecision, I thought to myself, why not to create something new? Why not to combine them? And so my blend was born. Both coffees come from the same farm, Finca El Paraíso 92, located in Piendamo, Cauca, Colombia, owned by Wilton Benitez. The majority of my blend, 80%, it's a washed geisha, grown at 1950 meters above sea level on a volcanic soil. Wilton carefully selected the cherries and then treated them with a unique thermal shock, meaning he washed the cherries with hot water at 60 degrees and then rapidly cooled them down with 5 degrees. That helps lock in the sugars. The process was followed by 48 hours anaerobic fermentation together with mosto, followed by washing and drying. The second part of my blend, it's a natural pink bourbon. Grown at 1750 meters above sea level on a volcanic soil. Wilton decided to ferment the cherries for 52 hours anaerobically using yeast that's normally used in a beer production. Then the cherries undergo a hot 40 degrees and then cold 12 degrees water immersion, followed by drying process in a controlled environment for 48 hours. The natural pink bourbon brings layers of sweetness, and as the brew starts to cool down, under layers of tropical fruits. In contrast to geisha, which is delicate and intricate and brings crisp acidity to my brew, invigorating the palate. To keep the integrity of both coffees, I decided on 16 to 250 grams of water at 92 degrees. I start pouring 50 grams of water for 40 seconds blooming time, followed by 4 vigorous pours to achieve a silky and smooth body. Another important choice was water. I combine 3 ingredients: Lauretana water with filtered water, adding Apax Lab mineral drops to achieve water at 135 ppm.
This combination highlights the acidity and brings layers of complexity. As for the roasting process, we approach the pink bourbon gently, stretching the Maillard face to highlight the sweetness and preserve the berry notes. We finished at 205 degrees Celsius. As for the geisha, we opted for a more faster and vigorous roasting process, finishing at 203 degrees for the crisp acidity and layers of complexity. Dear judges, please write down aromas when hot and warm. You will find red berries, like strawberries and raspberries. Stone fruits, peaches and apricots. With hints of hibiscus. When cold, again, strawberries and raspberries. Peach, and this time, hints of tropical fruits, like passion fruits. Flavors, when hot, you will again find layers of red berries. Strawberries, like strawberry yogurt, and also raspberries. Stone fruit, like peach. When warm, raspberries, peach, and orange fruits, like sweet candied orange and hints of pineapple. When cold, you will have again layers of red berries, accompanied by peach and apricot flavors with hints of melon. The aftertaste, when hot and warm, reminiscent of tea, like oolong tea. When cold, it will remind you of a tropical fruit iced tea. Acidity, when hot, it's a medium-high intensity citric. When warm, medium, tartaric, and when cold, medium, malic. Sweetness through all three stages is medium-high intensity, candy-like. Mouthfeel, when hot and warm, silky and round, when cold, juicy. Dear judges, please evaluate the aromas by swirling the carafe 3 times. When I quickly talk about my brewing device, it's a classic V60 shaped brewer, newest addition to the Hyro family, Hyro Suiren. Its unique shape brings layers of complexity, but also keeps the clarity in the cup. Please enjoy. Let's celebrate these decisions, and that's my time.
Paulina. Wow, you also have quite a bit of a fan base, don't you?
Yes.
So you're done with your presentation. How do you feel?
Relieved.
Relieved. I very much enjoyed your presentation. I thought,
you so much.
Yeah, you were very kind. I loved it. And I also have a question for you for your filter.
Yes.
That looks very interesting. Why did you choose it?
Well, it's actually a very spontaneous decision, as a friend of mine was visiting Japan, and I saw that only this brewer is available in Japan, and that's why it caught my eye with this unique, eye-catching
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
design.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And it's also about this interesting shape. So what does it do that it has like these holes in it?
So it's a spiral rib design that mimics the V60, and then the open sides keep the water absorption to minimum, which helps to keep the clarity in the cup.
Wow, interesting. Thank you for your presentation, Paulina, and I'll leave you to your cleanup.
Thank you so much.
Ich gucke nicht auf den... Okay, now we are ready for our next competitor, and I think we only have 2 competitors left. So our next competitor is Garrick. Give it up for Garrick. And here are our fellow judges.
Hello. 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 Thank you. So this is cold. Is that enough? Judges, are you ready? Could I have my music, please?
Thank you. Time. Hello, judges. My name is Garrick, and I feel so privileged to be able to share with you today one of my favorite coffees. I love specialty coffee because we can always learn something more and there's something new to discover. This coffee comes from the Huila region in Colombia. Grown on the farm, Finca La Dinastía, cared for by Wilder Lasso. It is a pink bourbon varietal, washed with just 48 hours of fermentation. Being a washed coffee, it really showcases the terroir and keeps the innate flavors this coffee has. It was roasted about 2 weeks ago by Greg from Roast Dishes, and I pre-ground it just before coming on stage to help with the degassing. Not only am I sharing with you one of my favorite coffees, but also I'll be using my favorite brewer. What I've enjoyed learning from this brewer is how that different pouring structures will affect the presentation of the coffee in the cup. For example, if we're going to pour from high compared to low, we'll have more agitation to less agitation. And if we're going to pour in a circular pour, it will slow down the brew compared to pouring just in the center, where it will speed it up. This brings me to my recipe. I'll be using 12.5 grams of coffee to 200 grams of water. At 90 degrees Celsius, with a BPM or total hardness of 90 as well. I found that this brings out really the best mouthfeel. I'll also be doing 2 circular pours of 100 grams each, because I found it brings the best balance between the acidity and the mouthfeel and the sweetness. I would like to present to you the best version of this coffee possible, and to do so, I'll pour with focus and in silence. Please take this time and notice the pouring structure and how it's going to create balance in the cup. Now let's move to the flavor descriptors. For the aroma, it's a medium-low intensity. The first thing that comes to mind is the color for me always, and the color for this coffee was brown and hazelnutty. The flavor of this coffee is a medium intensity of caramel and black cherry. The aftertaste is also a medium intensity. It is long-lasting, and there's a rich chocolatiness to it. The acidity of this coffee is a medium intensity that increases to a medium plus intensity as it cools down. With the notes of sorry. Green apple, lemon pie, and hints of black cherry. The sweetness of this coffee is also a medium high intensity, with notes of caramel, dried apricot, and brown sugar. The mouthfeel of this coffee is also a medium high intensity. It is thick and creamy, and round and smooth. Please take this time to assess the aroma. Swirl the carafe 3 times, and then take a sniff. Do this at least twice. This one's for you. Please enjoy. After you've assessed the aroma, I'll pour it into these cups for you to enjoy after I've called my time. As you may notice, these cups have a thin and a thick side. When you assess the acidity, please drink from the thin side, and when you assess the sweetness and mouthfeel, sip from the thicker side. I find that the thicker side really increases the mouthfeel and the sweetness, and the thinner side enlightens the acidity. Sorry, it's been bothering me that I forgot one flavor note, but it just came to mind. For the acidity, the first flavor note I was supposed to say is orange. I've also said all my flavor notes in the order that we'll find them, so from hot to cold. Have you finished with your assessment of the aroma? This one will be for you. This one will be for you. This one for you. I hope that you've enjoyed my presentation. And my wish for us all is to continue moving forward whilst having fun, learning, and discovering more in specialty coffee. Thank you. Time.
Garrick, you're done. I'm here. How do you feel, Garrick?
Relieved that I found my last flavor note that was bothering
definitely.
me. Threw me a little bit off.
Was it your first time competing?
Exactly.
We didn't notice at all. No, I enjoyed your presentation very much. It was very great.
Thank you. Bye. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I just have a quick question, and then we'll move on to the next competitor. So why did you decide to compete?
Well, for me, coffee is my passion, and the competing really pushes us to learn and enjoy more coffee. And for me, the presentation was a little bit stressful the first time on stage, but I really enjoyed what I've learned in this leading up to the presentation.
Okay, thank you. And also thank you for creating that atmosphere. It was very peaceful.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll leave you to your cleaning and enjoy. And now we have another quick announcement for tomorrow. So all the competitors who won't get into the next round tomorrow, you're about to leave. If you're leaving your stuff in the back, just get it as soon as possible. We will be here at 8, so just get your stuff as soon as possible. That is the announcement. And now we move on to our last competitor for the day, who is Clea. Okay, there's still silence in the judges' tent, so we're still waiting. Okay. So we have a bit more time in our judges' tent because we were very fast. So we're going to take the time for the last time today to look at our beautiful sponsors. So we have our platinum sponsors, who are the Coffee Coaching Club, the Kia Lua, Britta and Café Centrale. And we can give it up for them. Oh yeah. And we have our gold sponsors, which is Alpro. I think they're there, over there. We have Amici, we have BWT, we have DeLonghi, Believe, we have Kopi Indonesia, we have the original Oatly, we have Pulikav, Sage, and Turm Cafe. These are our sponsors for this year's Swiss Coffee Festival. So give it up for them as well.
Ah, si tu veux, ouais, ça peut être cool. Trop bien, merci. C'est trop gentil.
And I'm seeing some moving in the judges' tent, so I think we are ready for our judges. So first of all, the water is being checked by our head judge.
Hello. Welcome. And this one's called.
And now we have our other judges. And now we can start the last presentation of the day with Clea.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Can I have my music, please? Are you ready? Time. Hello, judges, and welcome. I'm Clea, and today I have a story to share with you, translated for this cup of coffee I will brew. The story speaks about Luis Marcellino, founder of Aroma Nativo and the Vessi project, which also includes my coffee. This project helps small producers gaining access to essential infrastructures to process their coffee. This project embodies the spirit of sharing and solidarity that makes this coffee so special to me, as I'm brewing this amazing cup of coffee and sharing it with you today. I decided to choose this coffee in my competition because I truly stand behind the values of Luis, and as a professional brewer, I wanted to apply my skill to make this coffee shine as much as possible and let you appreciate the work of Luis. The coffee I selected is a pink bourbon, which is known for its bright citric acidity. With honey double fermentation, which means we choose the ripest cherries, put it together in a tank, and let it go through an anaerobic fermentation altogether, bringing sweetness and fruitiness to the cup. Then, after 4 days, the coffee cherries are depulped. The coffee cherries are depulped and go through another anaerobic stage, fermentation stage, So then, we let it sit in a room for 3 weeks at cool temperature and let it complexify this beautiful floral and fruity note you'll experience in the cup. To roast my coffee, I roasted it on an IFM hot air roaster with a fast profile, since this coffee is already heavily fermented. It gives the best balance between floral and fruity notes without adding too much acidity, thanks to the fast profile. So now, for the recipe, I use 16 grams of coffee with 250 grams of water in a brew ratio of 1:16. First, I start a blooming with 50 grams of water for 40 seconds at 93 degrees. Then, my first pour will be at 110 milliliters of water with the same temperature. Then my second pour will be 100 milliliters of water, with a lower temperature at 80 degrees, allowing me bringing out the body and a good balance without over-extracting my coffee. As I said earlier, in order to make this coffee shine as much as possible, I tried several different brewers. I chose the Oria, which, with its flat bottom, enhances the body and the intensity of my coffee. And thanks to the fast bottom, I can grind my coffee finer without over-strengthening it and adding bitterness. It allows me to keep the balance of my coffee. Now, as my coffee finished brewing, please mark down the aromas for me. You will have lychee, rose, and chocolate cake. And as the coffee cools down a little bit, let's get into the descriptors. So for the flavor, you will have, at a hot state, lychee, rose, and brownie. At a warm state, it will be lychee, rose, and grapefruit. And at a warm state, as the coffee cools down, it will be lychee, rose, and Earl Grey. Now for the aftertaste of my coffee, it will be persistent, lingering like honey-like sweetness, with at a hot state, grapefruit, and as the coffee cools down, passion fruit. Now the acidity of my coffee. The acidity of my coffee will be medium-high. At the hot state, it will be passion fruit. At a warm state, it will be mango. And as the coffee cools down, it will be lime. Now for the sweetness of my coffee, it will be medium-high as well. At a hot state, you will have rose and honey. At a warm state, you will have you will have grapefruit and honey. And as the coffee cools down, you will have passion fruit and honey. Finally, the mouthfeel of my coffee. It will be medium to medium-high intensity, from hot to cold. It will be at a hot state. You will feel, sorry, I'm a little stressed. You will feel at a hot state a silky, smooth texture, and as it cools down, it becomes more syrupy-like. Now, please, judges, to assess the aromas, swirl the carafe 2 times, and then you can smell directly on the carafe. This one's for you, this one's for you, and this one's for you. Now for the cups, I chose special cups. The shape of my cups may be a little neutral and simple, but it's to remind you being cozy at home, sipping an extraordinary coffee. Moreover, the color of my cups are pink to express the fruity and floral note of my coffee, like the lychee and the rose, which are both pink. May I? So this one's for you. May I? This one's for you. Here you go. May I? And this one's for you. Now enjoy. Thank you for sharing a beautiful and special moment with me. Time.
Clear. Oh, here. That was your time. Wow, that was amazing. Where do you work normally? What do you do?
I work as a sales consultant at barista at Carasso.
Ah, okay. So you're a barista or you're a sales consultant?
I'm more like a sales consultant. I'm like sharing the coffee for the customers and yeah.
How cool. And why did you decide to compete today here?
I wanted to compete to make the more experience I could do because.
Just.
Thank you so much. Have a nice night. Thank you. Thank you. And what was the question again, please? Sorry.
No worries, it's late. I mean, I'm also very, very tired. So the question was, why did you decide to compete?
Yeah, I wanted to compete to make as much as experience as I can do. And yeah, it's also very interesting. All the things I can learn, I want to learn it, so competition is good for it. Having the feedbacks of the judges for the cup and all of this.
I get that. I would love to ask more questions, but I think we're both very, very tired, so I think I'm going to let you clean up and breathe and just enjoy your night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too. And yeah, with that, I think we're done for the day. This was our last competitor. So we're looking forward to the finals tomorrow. Announcements will be, as I said, online on Instagram. So you'll see who's in the finals tomorrow. And we're very much looking forward and wish you all a very good night. And hopefully see you guys tomorrow.